Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is a nightly show. Tonight is Freedom Friday, as evinced by my amazing flag tie. Whew. We've got a lot of things going on here. Yes, indeed. Trump is doing the unthinkable. He's actually trying to handshake Shinzo Abe, and he can't even pull that off. The president of Japan and our president, or CEO, whatever you want to call him, of the United States Corporation, which is now in bankruptcy or near bankruptcy, tried to shake his hand, and look what happened. This is a disaster in the making. Well, let's be clear.
Please look at me.
All right, thank you, press.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh no. Poor guy.
Strong hands. Please look at me.
All right, thank you, press.
Thank you, everybody.
That was not a good moment for Shinzo Abe. You know, it's almost like the Trump administration is becoming a caricature of itself. You know, it's like a bad cartoon of a bad cartoon. Well, the fact that he grabbed his hand and then he pulled his hand is like to show his strength and power, which is a sign of weakness, really, in the eyes of the Japanese people. Yeah, and then he pats it like he's got a little puppy there. Oh, good little boy. I mean, whatever happened to the traditional bow and then handshake, and it was extended out like this, not this. I don't know. If I were Shinzo Abe, I'd be insulted, and he should go ahead and say he was insulted. It wouldn't matter. Trump's not going to help Japan. Trump doesn't give a rat's ass about Fukushima. He hasn't even mentioned it. And I don't even think Shinzo Abe is that concerned about Fukushima either, for that matter. Otherwise, he would have fixed it by now. When Shinzo Abe took over the control in Japan, he actually promised to get all those 51 other nuclear plants going. He says, oh, we'll have them right back online again. Dude, give up the nuclear program. You're living in an earthquake hell zone. Just let's help you get some sort of a pebble reactor technology in Japan, Shinzo. We don't want to take risks with these Generation 1 reactors that GE built for you. Time to dismantle those reactors is now. The price of oil has affected energy. I mean, obviously, they're making a lot of their energy in Japan from burning oil. So they've transitioned to that instead of nuclear energy, but seriously. I don't even think Trump is aware of Fukushima. They probably flew right over Fukushima when they landed Air Force One. Oh, look at down there. It looks like one of those buildings is falling apart. How come the inside of Air Force One's getting very warm right now? It's probably got a radiation drift just driving over. I wouldn't doubt Air Force One flew right over the core of the reactor for lack of knowing where to land. That's how out of it these people are. Konnichiwa. Hello. Mike Pence, president in 2 years. Trump, they say, is going to say screw it in about 2 weeks. One person is saying Trump is about ready to walk. He doesn't want to be president. His name is Howard Stern. And Howard Stern said that as a good friend of Trump, he's got to tell the world that Trump doesn't want to be president. Yeah. He was kind of buffaloed into it. He was running out of money. And he thought he'd run for president because he could generate a lot of donations and steal the money and use it for his own loan repayment or interest on his massive debt. And he did. The $62 million that came in still has not been accounted for. So he used that on the interest on his $2.6 billion debt that Trump has. Trump has a debt of $2.6 billion. Howard Stern's just being a good friend. I am not a robot. What makes you think I am a robot? That is absurd. I speak and act like a human. I wouldn't doubt that Trump starts printing his own money. You're right. He's sitting on. He thinks this is a gold mine to make money on the U.S. government as it goes into the final hours of bankruptcy. Trump is a borrower. He doesn't make money, he borrows it. He's always been borrowing. Barron Trump can't even articulate a word. What makes you think he's going to be a king in a new world? I mean, have you heard Barron Trump speak? Anybody? Could you show me one instance where Barron Trump is on camera speaking? Please, show me anything. I beg you. All of you, scour the internet, try to find one moment where Barron Trump is speaking. Thank you. I rest my case. And while you're at it, look for a picture of a pregnant Michelle Obama. It doesn't exist. Now, here's a report that's very, very disturbing. This is shocking, and I know that a lot of you have had your appendix removed at a great expense. This is a report from Natural News that suggests that 75% of all appendectomies are not needed. When most people think of appendicitis, they also think of appendectomy, or the removal of the appendix. For years, removing the tiny organ has been something of a standard procedure in the treatment of appendicitis. But new research shows that the surgery is often not necessary. It's characterized by abdominal pain, primarily on the right side. The appendix has become inflamed, generally due to a blockage or infection. Some other symptoms including abdominal swelling, vomiting, nausea, or low fever. MedlinePlus.gov notes that surgery is almost always required, and yet research from Southampton's University Hospitals have found that this is simply not the case, at least children with a certain type of appendicitis. Well, I don't know about you, but if my appendix was ruptured, I'd be going, please, get it the hell out. You can die of appendicitis rupture. Daddy. Yeah, we got GMO tumors to think about. At 40 years old, if you started eating at 1 year old GMOs, by the time you turn 40, you're going to have tumors. That's the comparable rate to the study that Seralini, the Italian scientist, Dr. Seralini, did with GMO in rats. You see, Monsanto did a study on these same rats, the same type of rats. They found that rats didn't develop tumors up to 3 months. Seralini ran the study from 0 to 24 months. And at 4 months, all the rats started coming down with some sort of a tumor. My show is global. Hey, Brexit UK. Hey, how you doing? A robot explores the damaged reactor in Fukushima, but it too is burning up. This is about all we have before the cameras started melting down. That's it. You're looking at levels of radiation at 530 sieverts. 4 sieverts will kill you. Welcome to the new world that was created by General Electric. They gave the Japanese government substandard reactor technology. And there's 25 reactors in the U.S. just like this one. The one at Fukushima. Yep. Thanks for that link. I don't know how beneficial it is, though. You're statewide in Michigan, Dave. I told him about you, bro. Hey, thank you, Zetterbeard. And thank you, all you Michigan people. I've been to Michigan. I know. Michigan's a tough state. You know one of the best things about Michigan? Thank you. Is you have a law in your state automatically right now that would make my homestead renewal plan go into effect immediately. Your state governor can actually purchase properties and convert them into public properties. You're one of the states that has this ability. So what we want to do is bring in the homestead renewal plan in 2020. Donald Trump won't steal this idea because it doesn't give his cronies in the mortgage industry any money. Let's see if we have a Barron Trump sleeping here, but no talking. So far, we've got him sleepwalking, but that's about it. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Donald Trump having a son who is quiet. That's fine. But do they have him recorded saying anything at all? Anything? Anything? Anybody? I mean, mum's the word, but in this case, he's completely silent. Is he mute? Dave, Assad shot down your safe zone idea, called it completely incompatible and unrealistic. At least that's what he said when Trump pitched it. Dunn Ringel. Yeah, Trump doesn't know how to pitch a safe zone concept. I would sell Assad on the idea that the safe zone idea is a backup. It's not something that he would employ in any one city, but say Aleppo, for instance. It's already pretty much destroyed. Why not build a fence around it and make sure it's a weapons-free city and make sure that there's no violence in that city and then rebuild it as an agricultural center? I could sell the safe zone to Assad if I was selling it because it's my idea. Trump can't sell my idea because he doesn't understand it. That's that simple. No, Donald is not a good businessman. No, that's just not true. Donald's lost more money than he's gained. He's had to borrow money to claim he's a billionaire. You look at the amount of money he lost in all those casinos that he went bankrupt on. Oh my God. The guy's a financial toilet bowl. He's going to take our country down too. You hear that flushing sound? That's our entire financial GDP going down the toilet. David, you were in a stand in the 70s hit show Brady Bunch? No, never was. I'm not an actor. I did not trash that kid. I respect Barron. I just want him to say a couple words so we know he's not mute. Just like, hi, my name's Barron. Something. Anything. Oh, I'm so scared. Mr. Duterte. Oh, yeah. He's going to come over and blow me away. I'm a sharpshooter. I could put a bullet in his head 50 feet away behind my back. Like that. Boom. Yeah. I'm not threatening him at all. But if he's coming to kill me, he's gonna be taken out. You know what I'm talking about? Oh yeah, well that's not true. Social Security officially goes bankrupt in 2027. Unless they've been drawing too much recently, because my numbers showed 2030 even. Vance said 2030. This is not a wig, this is my real hair. I have designed my hair to look like a wig. So yeah, it's kind of a skill I've developed using a variety of shampoos and conditioners. I'm so scared. Oh, Mr. Duterte. The guy's a heroin addict. Why do you think he kills all of the drug dealers? Because his drug dealer said so. His heroin drug dealer, said to Mr. Duterte that if I'm going to give you heroin, Mr. Duterte, you're going to have to do something for me. Get rid of my competition. So Mr. Duterte is killing off all the drug dealers in the Philippines because he's so high himself. Oh, I bet you're watching me. Screw you. I got your number, buddy. I could take you out in 2 seconds. Say hello to my little friend. Yeah. Okay. How'd you like that, huh? Don't ever screw me, Tony. Oh, no, Mr. Sosa, I would never screw you, man. No. If he is a heroin addict, he likely does cocaine. He likely knows Mr. Sosa. No, I can spot a heroin addict a mile away. Now, I looked for pictures of Duterte that didn't show him high, okay? And I got this one right here. Clearly high. Higher than a kite, okay? I've seen heroin addicts. I can spot them a mile away. I lived in Venice, California. I mean, the center of heroin addicts in California, so I know what they look like. This guy, even in a good day, looks like a heroin addict. Look at those eyes. Those eyes are completely spaced out. The reason why he's killing heroin addicts is because his drug dealer said he has to kill competition in order to get free heroin. That's right. Yeah. You think I look like him a little bit? Just kind of. He's better looking than me, don't you think? I think so. Anyways, I'm not a heroin addict. I do smoke a little herb now and then. And let's face it, who doesn't want to smoke marijuana when it benefits everybody in 50 different ways? Let me count the ways. I did this thing last night. I was like shocked. This is Freedom Friday. We can talk about anything. Yes. Wow. Got rid of my entire list. No kidding. I wonder why. It's just strange. Yeah, I don't have it right now. I'll have to find it later. There's 50 different benefits to marijuana. This is not a wig. This is my real hair. I have to pull on each individual follicle to show you it's real. You don't inject pot. I look a little like this dude. Okay. You shoot up? You think I look like Colonel Sanders? I don't know, man. That is kind of interesting. I think we have a match. Let's see if we do. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is. The same nose. My gosh, I've got the special recipe. I could bring back my entire line of Kentucky Fried Chicken. You can't stop me. I'm back again. I'm in the form of David Sponheim. I'm going to make a new recipe. You can't stop the KFC giant. That's pretty funny. I do look a lot like him. You're right. As I should. He's a KFC clone. Here we go. Thank you, Dark Engine. You're better off with my links than I'm with my links. My links adore you, though they really haven't seen the light of day yet. Let's take a look. 50 unexpected benefits of cannabis you might not know. I mean, list the number of things. Health benefits. You can lose weight, number 1. You can regulate and prevent diabetes. It fights cancer. It can help depression. See how happy she is? She's higher than a kite. It's showing promise in treating autism. Provides a safer alternative to drugs and alcohol. It helps regulate seizures. It can help broken bones heal faster. It's a treatment for ADHD. It can help treat serious addictions. It treats glaucoma. It can help lung health. It helps anxiety. It can slow the development of Alzheimer's disease. It helps MS patients. It can control muscle spasms. It helps individuals with eating disorders. It treats arthritis. It helps for those with PTSD. A lot of guys suffer from pretty bad memories that they deal with. It can regulate your metabolism. It can help people with AIDS, HIV. It's effective for treating nausea. It's an alternative treatment for headaches. It can treat certain STDs. It will help with speech problems. It can improve skin conditions. It can help you get through chemotherapy. It can regulate obsessive compulsive disorder. It will calm asthma attacks. It can replace Viagra for some men. They get excited. It can also lower your blood pressure. It'll calm your panic attacks. It can be used as food source. It makes as an attractive investment. It can help fight climate change. It creates jobs. It generates revenue for schools and public health programs. It's legalizing cannabis is getting people out of jail. It's creating new industries. It lowers crime rates. It leads to safer roads. It makes law enforcement cheaper and easier. It can keep your pets healthy. It can help you have more pleasant dreams. It can bring your energy levels up. It can help you sleep. It can help you get through the workday. It can make your day more productive. It could make you more creative. It can protect your brain. And let's spread the word. That's why it's illegal. Are you getting to the picture now why this wonderful medicinal plant is illegal? It's amazing, isn't it? And that's why Duterte wants to kill all the marijuana dealers. All right. That's why they want to kill all the marijuana dealers in the Philippines, because it's so beneficial. Duterte wants everyone to die. This is really weird. Yeah. This is the Tony Podesta story is weird. We saw him have it as a sculpture of one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims. He has it in gold inlay. Well, now this is even weirder. The stairway of Tony Podesta's home, which is just 2 doors down from Barack and Michelle's new home, has a picture of a toddler in a diaper. Tell me that's not the weirdest thing ever. What's happening out there? Oh, okay. We got an early arrival. Okay, cool. Isn't that weird? That's the strangest thing ever. Who would put a baby's diaper in their stairway? It's some sick crap there, Dave, I know. You went to the emergency room from a weed experience? What did you smoked too much good weed and you had like weird heart rhythms or something? No, that's just not true. Sarah's talking to my sister. She came over to visit. No, you're making up these stories. I do not look high at all. I checked myself against the high meter and it said, no, you're not high. On a scale from 1 to high, I am no more than maybe a 2, where 10 is high. Yeah, let's take a look. Analyzing the high meter. You humans are very interesting. You seem to react to intelligent thought, but you are so personally involved with yourself that you don't realize the objectivity of the world. Sorry. Yes. I don't know. I'm not going to push her. She doesn't do that anymore. Well, David, who'd put your picture in an Asian home? A Photoshopper? That's who. Done. We know that picture in the North Korean home was Photoshopped, okay? We know that. That doesn't detract from the fact that people are watching me all around the world on UHF, okay? Well, I need to move on because worrying about Duterte is not my problem. 700,000 people, yeah. Okay. Got to get rid of some links from last night, and we should be up and running here. Okay. They are pushing a brand new 5G cell technology. Apparently, they haven't tested it. Now, they haven't checked the 4G for dangers to our health, but...
come to the studio to show us the very latest piece of electronic equipment, a computer that...
The reality is, none of this stuff is being tested. Not even the microwave in your kitchen. And when it's tested, they find that it releases RF frequencies that can affect your body's rhythms, even your heart. And standing next to a microwave waiting for the thing to tick off is the worst thing you should do. Walk away from your microwave when you're doing it. Walk away from the microwave. Don't stand next to it as a point of caution. But the FCC is automatically approving the use of untested frequencies because they don't bother testing anything. And all of these digital frequencies can have a deleterious effect on your health. The possibility that they even cause brain cancer is so real that the director of the World Health Organization has openly stated that cell phones contribute to brain cancer. I think smart meters are dangerous, Lady K. Yeah, I actually created a Faraday cage. Let me see if I can find it here. For my smart meter. I misplaced it. It's somewhere around here. Here it is. These are really easy to make. your smart meter is the thing outside of your electric pole, and it is sending signals to the power company. You have a smart meter outside. Yes, you do. So let's take a look at what they look like. These are typically, here's a rack of smart meters. I'm going to show you. What happens is they emit a field of energy in a large range, and the field of energy actually stuck my finger. The field of energy has to be displaced, otherwise it causes a dirty energy around your head. So if you're sleeping next to one of these things behind your door there, you're going to want to do this, and that is create this little net for it. See this little thing? It goes right over it. I didn't even, anything will do. You just have to get aluminum screening material. Take a stapler and staple it here, and then cut a little piece out at the end and slip it in there and then staple it around. This will provide enough safety around the smart meter to make it completely safe to use. And because the signal is so small when it goes out, it doesn't interrupt the flow of the signal. So the meter will still be read by your power company. I'm serious. No, this is not a tinfoil hat. This is called a Faraday cage. Yes way. This is created by a man named Faraday. The concept is simple. You simply fragment the electromagnetic field energy and then isolate it to that location. And it just drops right into that field. It's that simple. You can make it yourself. Just put it right over that glass thing and you're safe. I'm serious. Yahweh. You can check it out online. I wish I could give you a link, but that's not true, Totore. No. They've studied the simple Faraday cage concept. It'll actually prevent your electronics from being hit by an EMP, electromagnetic pulse. Yeah. Right now, all of your electronics are vulnerable, but there are Faraday cages you can buy online that are no different than that. And you can protect yourself and your electronics from a Faraday cage. I'm not saying build yourself an aluminum Faraday cage out of screening material, but if you're concerned about your smart meter, that's your best defense. I might be saving lives, yeah. But the government doesn't give a crap about you. They don't care that these things are emitting field energy. The EPA and the Food and Drug Administration doesn't do enough testing on anything. They're just there to continually prop up the corrupt industries that are built around them, like the big pharma industry and the bag business, Monsanto, Dow. Yeah, they don't care about you, and they care more about making deals with the smart meter companies than they care about your health. That's why our government has not put out a public service announcement saying that if you hold your cell phone up next to your ear, it can contribute to brain cancer. Let's take a look at CNN and see what happens here. Bernie's been cut off.
Out front now, Independent Senator Bernie Sanders. And Senator, thanks so much for being with me tonight. I want to start straight with General Flynn. If General Flynn was lying those times when he said that sanctions did not come up, that he did speak to the Russian ambassador about sanctions before taking office, should the president fire him?
Well, this is a very troubling development. And it speaks to the broader issue of...
Where is that? I
About sanctions.
haven't seen that. I'll look at that.
He says he knows nothing about it, hasn't seen any of these reports. Is that a problem?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he was watching CNN fake news. What do you think?
You don't buy
That was a joke.
I know it was a joke. I'm saying you don't buy what he said, obviously.
Aaron?
Yes. I'm sorry, Senator. I'm saying you obviously don't buy what he said. You believe that he has seen these reports. I mean, to your point.
Kevin, I'm not... are we on?
It looks like we've lost.
Okay.
Okay, so CNN heard the word fake news, then they cut his mic or his audio clip. He was on, but they cut his audio feed. Isn't that funny? They didn't want anyone to know that he said fake news, even though he said it. It's just unbelievable. CNN really should get me in front of their cameras so I could give some legitimacy back to their agency. You don't call yourself a news agency when you continually miss the mark and you refuse to present real stories like my life, my story, your story. None of our stories are even heard. Most of the stories on the mainstream media are defined by, say, 30 or 40 people that are pundits that work for money. That if they say something out of line, they get fired. That's what the media is today. It's completely controlled. Well, if CNN doesn't give me a chance to actually speak, then they aren't giving the American people a chance to speak, are they? So they really are fake news. Well, the only way they can redeem themselves is to get me online and have me interviewed on Skype or something. I'll give them some legitimacy. Okay, EMFSafetyNetwork.org has complaints about smart meter safety. So there is some data out there for you. A lot of people have been complaining about learning problems, headaches, problems sleeping. Yeah, if your head is next to one of these smart meters, or worse than that, a grid of them, like you're in a condo, you need to get your apartment. You need to change apartments. Just say, hey, I really want to move to the other side of the building or something, you know, because this stuff could contribute to brain cancer. That's not fun. Ask Valerie Harper. She's been battling brain cancer for what, 4 years now? Valerie Harper, the famous Rhoda woman. Remember her? Here's a Missouri smart meter injury. She has uncontrollable clapping ability.
Our situation is much different than what Daryl just talked about. When it involves your health, it's very scary because how much is it you're willing to pay to keep your health halfway decent to enjoy your life? Well, is there really a price you can put on that? And no, there's not. Because if you don't have good health, you have nothing. And what's happened to me and my husband is something I wouldn't wish on anybody. Start having low-level headaches. And then we would starting to have nauseousness. And we would have real bad fatigue and ringing in the ears. And it was always the same time. And we were like, what is this? And we kept trying to figure this out. There's 2 sets of cell towers, one 1.5 miles from us and another set 2.5 miles from us. So we kept thinking that's what it was. Why is this happening to us? And it started about a year ago and increased. And
I do not disbelieve her at all. I believe her. Yeah. Very serious allegations from people, real people, having serious complaints. If I would have a girl like Melania, I would quit and go to Hawaii. Wow, this is a true statement. 528 says if he had a girl like Melania, he'd just quit the race and go to Hawaii. Yeah, see, Trump doesn't appreciate his wife, I think. He doesn't even want her living there with the White House. She doesn't want to live at the White House with him. I mean, what's going on with... And how do we know Trump isn't doing what Bill Clinton did in the White House right now? How do we know he's not getting bobos from his assistants? We don't. Unlike Trump, I even promised I would put a camera in the Oval Office underneath the table to know that I'm not getting bobos while I'm sitting there at the Oval Office. We don't know that about Trump. His wife doesn't even live in the White House.
Is he the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
Guest 772 believes that Melania is suffering from cancer. And he says that, or she says that Melania is very ill. What makes you think that? I've not seen anything that corroborates that. I believe that Melania is being verbally abused. I believe that's why she's not at the White House. I think there's something wrong. Thanks for sharing, Lot Lizard. You're saying her lips extend 3 inches away from her groin area and they flap in the wind? What are you saying? I mean, Sarah's going to come in the room. Let's just at least show some respect here, okay? Oh, I need my keys if you get them for me. They should be on the desk or on the main aisle. Dave, I've really been thinking about buying a biosuit and the chemical mask and stocking up with canisters. Might as well get a lead shielding set too. Zetterbeard, yeah, that's exactly how Sarah and I were. Okay, Sarah and I bought NBC gear about 5 years ago. Nuclear, biological, and chemical suits. We have Tyvek suits. We travel with them when we go on trips. We have to use them in case of a nuclear, biological, or chemical disaster. We could get into them.
Okay, we could talk about that. We did last night. We were talking about weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction, like the ones they didn't find in Iraq?
Yeah. I think tonight we'll talk about... Tonight's Friday, right?
Yeah, Freedom Friday, yeah. Check this out. New video details how Amazon.com spies on your most private thoughts, fetishes, and conversations.
Fine Art Friday.
Wow, Fine Art Friday. Okay, these pervs at Amazon, look what they're doing. Isn't merely a massive retailer, it's also a dangerous spy machine. It collects detailed profiles of your most private thoughts, fetishes, and conversations. Every Amazon.com device you use is actually a surveillance collection interface that's translating your thoughts, beliefs, and conversations into a psychological profile database at Amazon.com servers. For example, Amazon Echo, the thing that you command and tell what to do.
Yeah, I was looking at that the other day, and David's like, no, because it can spy on you.
It has 9 microphones on it. It listens to everything you're doing, even when it's not even active. The Amazon Echo devices constantly listen to your most private conversations and process your voice by uploading segments of audio to Amazon.com servers. Law enforcement agencies have already sought to use audio recorders from Echo devices to incriminate individuals for words they uttered in their own private homes. Owning an Amazon Echo device is like planting a law enforcement bug in your home that you pay for. Kindle devices record what books and authors you read, including text passages you highlight in those books. Amazon Fire devices can hear your voice and upload recordings to Amazon servers. They also track and record all your preferences in films, television shows, viewing times, and time. So without a political party or any kind of a lobbying group in America, we're basically forced to be screwed over by an overtaking police state. Big Brother is watching, and they're watching you. Yeah. Yeah. And there's nothing we're going to be able to do about it unless we create this third party, folks. That's why we need a third party. The two parties don't care about NSA surveillance. They don't care about any of this. I would never buy an Echo. Look, I have a hard time just using voice command technology. I mean, I've got a couple things that use voice command technology, and I know they could be interfaced with Wi-Fi. Okay, I'll be back shortly.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be here.
Right, they were trying to train you to avoid populism back in 1947. In a 1947 film, avoiding any populist movement. They didn't want anyone to think about people. Don't be a sucker, a documentary by the U.S. War Department. So they were training you to not form any political avenues of choice back then. Don't be a sucker.
Henry here got on the train with $200. He couldn't see any harm in a friendly game of cards. What if the other men were strange?
I'm not going to listen to propaganda from 1947, but thanks for the link. I'll be back shortly. This is Sarah to talk to you about what is the topic? Fun Fantasy Friday?
Fine Art Friday.
Fine Art Friday. Okay, thank you.
What is a kind of
carving or sculpture in which the figures are raised a few inches from a flat background to give a three-dimensional effect. The term is French for low as a beginning. A kind of carving or sculpture in which the figures are raised a few inches from a flat background to give a three-dimensional effect. Like an art piece, and it sticks out from a little bit from about a couple inches. I was thinking embossed too. This is not what they say though. I know, I would think embossed too, but not a few centimeters, a few inches. Yes, a relief is correct. A bas relief, B-A-S, bas relief, relief. It's the term is French for low relief. Good job, Dr. Meow. No thanks, 315. You enjoy that. Wormable flaws in semantic products expose millions of computers to hacking. Oh, thank you, Brexit UK. What is the lowest range of the male singing voice?
Yeah, we're doing okay.
I'm not sure exactly what's going on in CERN lately. Relief. I know he had at one point Brexit. Relief. F, like they separate. It's not relief, it's relief. Alright. Tonight there will be a full moon, a lunar eclipse, and a green comet. What time is the green comet going to go by me? Monotone is the most depressed voice. The lowest range of the male singing voice is not considered monotone. Monotone is just kind of like no intonation at all, just super flat is monotone, one octave. I'm pretty monotone when I sing. It's like no high pitch or no low pitch. Sorry, Patty. At 3 a.m., a green-headed comet will be at its closest point to Earth. Wow. 3 a.m. Pacific time? How low can you go? I don't think I can do what they were saying. It was a bass, the lowest range of the male singing voice, a bass. What is a large drum with a cylindrical shape that gives the strong beat in brass bands? Ooh, nice chat room celebrity. Oh, you did say bass, sorry. I'm sure you did because I wasn't watching. I'll give it to you. I know, I need to read faster, it's true. It's a bass drum. The full snow moon eclipse. Stand by. Oh, goodness. I hate that. When I drag, I'm trying to drag. I'll put this over here and this over here. Because whenever I try to drag like a irksomeness window over, then it always just Doesn't work. Okay, I'm going to pause it because it's just saying please stand by. You can tell me when that works. Alright, back to the trivia. How do I do it? I smile and everything is great. What is the largest and lowest pitched instrument of the strings? Also called the... Wait. The largest and lowest pitch instrument of the strings. Viol is correct. Bass viol. It's also called a bass fiddle or a double bass. Good job, Scissor Fight. Yes, you're right. And good job, Viola person, 759. Viola, nice. The player must stand or sit on a tall stool to play it. Wow. You already said double bass. You can predict the future. All right, what comes next, New York PD? Come on, if I'm continuing. What's the next answer? Just kidding. All right. What is the second largest and second lowest pitch of the woodwinds? It's played with a double reed. I don't know. I think they'd have to be really, really tall, or they would still need a stool. The second largest and second lowest pitched of the woodwinds. It's played with a double reed. Not saxophone, not piccolo, not clarinets. You think it's a bass tuba? Not oboe. Okay, that's what you believe. Are you ready? It's a bassoon. A bassoon. The contrabassoon is actually a little bit bigger than it and has a lower pitch, but it's a bassoon. Lady K1 is right. Well, he bought me 3 pairs of jeans, and I'm sure he probably bought them used. So... Yep, a bassoon. No! Yeah, it was a bassoon. Okay. What is a stick used by some conductors of choruses or orchestras? It's traditionally used to indicate the tempo of the music. Only in France would they use a baguette for it. Baton is right. Knickers is first. 759 seconds. 829. I liked how you added Rouge to it. And then 759 went off on Moulin Rouge and French loaf and cute. Oh, a baton, a baguette, baton. Interesting. All right. In America, it's called a baton. Yes, she is here. Can you hear her lovely voice? Oh, yay. Well, I'm not going to do that to be featured. I don't need to do that. I don't need to go to that level. Baton and Robin, that's cute. Alright. What is an American patriotic hymn from the Civil War? By Julia Ward Howe, who wrote it after a visit to an encampment in the Union Army. Visit to an encampment of the Union Army. Yeah. No, Star Spangled Banner was written long before this. Yes, she is. Oh, yes, Snickers. You have it right. Battle Hymn of the Republic is correct. It was to the tune is that of John Brown's Body. Too easy. Well, I'm glad that you know your cultural literacy. I'm not going to ban you. You know that, salty dog. Maybe I will, but not right now. I like Brainiacs. They're cool. Alright. Who... Wait. Oh, did you get it first? Okay. What is a German school of applied arts of the early 20th century? Its aim was to bring people working in architecture, modern technology, and the decorative arts together to learn from one another. The school developed a style that was spare, functional, and geometric. Well, you are right. Again, Nick. Nick. You guys are right. Good job. They had designs for building chairs. They did teapots and many other objects are highly prized today. But when the school was active, it was generally unpopular. It was closed by the Nazis, but its members, including Walter Gropius, spread its teachings throughout the world. You live in a van, and yet you know all these awesome things. Good job. I'm still reading while you're answering, but I've been pretty good. Oh, 907 has it. Nick had it first. Yeah, awesome. Hello, Alora. Hello, Frops. All right. What was a street in an African American section of Memphis, Tennessee, famous for its blues music? It's memorialized in a famous movie. Oh my goodness, Nick, did you just read the book that I have, that I'm reading out of? Bonsai, you had it, you're from Memphis? No, you just know that? Well, you've seen this nation, you know all these things, that's great. You've seen the nation from your van, so that's why you have so much cultural literacy. Wow. He wrote the book. I have no idea, 857. I'm not really following that right now. Okay. Who was a rock and roll singing group from Liverpool, England that was phenomenally popular in the middle and late 1960s? Oh, goodness. You guys are right. Good job. Yep, Beatles. The Beatles is correct. The intense devotion of the group's fans, especially the hysterical screaming that the Beatles provoked in large crowds of teenagers, was called Beatlemania. The four Beatles were John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr. Oh, I should have made you say those. What some of their Among their many popular songs, most of which were written by Lennon and McCartney, were I Wanna Hold Your Hand and Hey Jude. To make the same accidents? What? The Teardrop Explodes is a band? Alright. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Who was a German composer of the late 18th and early 19th centuries whose work spanned the classic and romantic musical traditions? Considered one of the great composers of all time, he is particularly well known for his Moonlight Sonata
in D minor
and other sonatas for piano, for his string quartets, for his concertos, and for his 9 symphonies. The Third Symphony, Eroica, Fifth Symphony, and Ninth Symphony choral are the most famous. 759 has it correct. Ludwig van Beethoven is correct. Beethoven began to grow deaf midway through his career, but continued to compose great works. He began to grow deaf.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Was that Mozart? What was the answer to that question?
Beethoven.
Beethoven's, all right. Beethoven's 5th in D minor. Beethoven. 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 Ludwig von Beethoven.
Beethoven.
You know, didn't Beethoven have a hearing problem, or was it Mozart?
Well, Beethoven had began to go deaf. Let me see if it Mozart. Was one of them born deaf?
I think one of them was born with hearing and then lost his hearing, and then. Hey, what's going on, mate? Well, it's true. I have a lot of capability. I got more balls than all the politicians in Washington. That's right. And I got my surfer look here today.
Beethoven went deaf. He began to grow deaf midway through his career.
Yes.
But continued to compose great works.
You know, it's amazing. I have a symphony going on in my mind all the time. I just can't articulate it. And I hear the same song over and over again. We shall overcome. That's pretty intense, you know, when you hear that nonstop.
Yeah, shall I take the key?
Yes. Well, it keeps you on your toes. That's the important thing. Because you have to overcome a lot of odds in this world to be who you are. You know, life is not easy. I remember telling a relative of mine that life is not a rose garden. And that person was so freaked out that I said that. Well, I don't want to get into the specifics, but for some people it's kind of it's difficult to realize nothing's perfect in this world. I went with a really flat conditioner, yeah. I have this conditioner that changes the dimension of my hair, so yeah. People have been saying, David, your hair it looks like a wig, and I said, yeah. Well, there's a way in which you can actually get your hair to look like a wig. I've been working on the technique to get your hair to look like a wig, but I can pull every strand, and you can feel me pulling the follicles, you know. And my hair is a global pheromone and phenomenon. David, did you experiment with gay sex in college? No, I didn't. I never found it interesting because I'm not attracted to men. But I can tell you one thing. I did pretend to be gay. Yeah. I used to play with my voice a lot, you know, because I'm a voiceover artist. And when I was in college, I used to pretend to be gay. That much is true. Yeah. You're really pissed off my RA at Reber Hall. He was so pissed when I pretended to be gay, because I couldn't understand why people discriminated against gay people. Thank you. Everything matches. So you're a homophobe if you beat the crap out of homophobes. Yep. Exactly. You're suffering from homophobia. You're having a crisis of what is called a homosexual panic, induced by too many pheromones in your atmosphere. You're probably getting doused with chemtrails. When you're looking up in the sky, do you see a big, huge cloud of stuff coming on you? Like a cloud of chemicals? When you look in the sky, do you see fumes falling on your head? No, yeah, they're dumping pheromones on you. So a lot of you guys are becoming transgenders in your mind. It's truly what's happening. This is a typical day in America. This is not condensation. These are chemtrails being dumped on your head. This is a massive lithium dump. Roger Flenier. We've got a complete dropping of the chemtrails. So they're dumping this stuff on your head every day. Yeah. So that's why you're kind of thinking gay thoughts, because they're turning you into a homo. Skullet Man says, David, today is my birthday. The only thing I want for my birthday would to see your beep, 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 beep. Not going to happen. Gold, 1233, going up. Silver, almost up to $18 an ounce. $17.93. Is it time to cash in? When Dow Jones is going up at the same time, 20,269. Sounds like a real inducement to invest. That's a good time to get screwed out of all your money. Why is that video slowed down? Because it's stopped. It's designed to show you the details of what they're doing to you. This video shows you the massive amount of chemtrails they're dropping in one location. This happens all the time. No, these are really chemicals. The elitists decided that they would dump lithium on your head so that you would go, "Whoa, those aren't chemtrails. You're a whack job. That's condensation." So that's exactly why you are brain dead, because you're breathing that crap in. You can't even spell. This person says, David, you will never pre-editant. See, they're that brain dead. Look at this. David, they used to say, David, you'll never be president. Now they say, David, you'll never be president. Look at that. David, you never be president. Boy, you are gone. You are completely and utterly brain dead. Your only hope is to stop drinking fluoridated water and stop using fluoridated toothpaste, and stop eating the toothpaste. Trump hurting, look at, Melania is not fragile. You really think you could become First Lady and be fragile? Show some respect for Melania, okay? I don't know her. I don't have anything against her. I think seems like a nice person. I feel sorry for her in many ways. No, it's not condensation. It's chemtrail, you idiot. There you go. You're only breathing weed. Weed smoke is much better for you than lithium. So true. You're better off just, getting a little bit of high. If you're going to breathe chemicals, why not breathe THC? I mean, what the hell's wrong with that? I didn't mean to call you a name. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Show Melania some respect. I'll tell you, she gets some respect. I mean, just the other day, did you see her wife? Did you see Donald Trump look at her? Yeah. I don't really want to look at the full moon eclipse. If you want to look at it, that's your choice. It's live. That'll tie up my cash. I can't do it. Not gonna that. It's not unusual to see Melania depressed in front of Trump. Da-da-da-da-da-da. We're going to take a look at the Melania tape, the history. The inaugural tape when Melania was this over-the-top angry. Okay, inauguration. Melania at inauguration. Here it is. You tell me what this is. Now, the Daily News has been ruled by the Wiki as being fake news, so let's definitely look at it. The Daily News is now fake news, according to the Wiki.
That God will bless.
What's going on, David?
You,
hey,
your family.
How you doing? Who's this?
It's Tim.
Tim, hey man, good to see you're in.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on.
Wow, the face of her, of the First Lady was just so depressed. It was just, nobody knows why she was so depressed, but what he said, it looks like he said F you, to me. It's like he turns and says something, F you. You tell me what he says. Look at his mouth. See, he says something like, smiles and says, see how his face drops to a, yeah, I don't know. All I can say is something's not right here. She's not happy. He is possibly verbally abusive. I don't know. Melania is very protective of Barron, and I have a standing request for any one of you to show me a picture of Barron speaking. So Tim's in the room. He came into our Discord group. Hey, Tim. So where are you? Are you a U.S. citizen, Tim? No. Tim checked out. He's no longer in the room. Tim, he just took off, came in. But we got an open room everybody can go into. And let me give you the link so you guys can come in and chat with me anytime you want during the show. It's the best way I think anybody from around the world could get in. It's a... But unfortunately, your IP will be probably blocked by the Echelon servers at the NSA. They're trying to prevent people from other countries speaking with me. Yes, Connie has retracted any statement she made about me when she was upset at her brother. Yes. She and I are in good terms now, thanks to the internet. Yeah, so this is the link to get into our room, if you want to be in our room right now. It's pretty cool. I don't think she speaks with you on a daily basis. Well, Connie was upset a long time ago. I don't repeat what she said. I did tell Latvian Girl to use that service, and she never bothered. No, she's too busy making money. She's working in the UK, I understand. That's why she hasn't been in the room. No, we're all here. It's kind of a family thing, yeah. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. The UHF numbers are always up. Trump considers writing a brand new immigration order, folks. So first he says that he bans immigrants. 100,000 people were kept out of the country illegally. 77% of them have come back in the country now. The ban was first ruled illegal, and then in appellate court it was also ruled illegal. And Trump's response to this was, he's going to sue. Yeah, he's going to sue. So in answer to a federal appellate judge basically endorsing the ruling, he says he's going to sue. He doesn't even understand the legal process, and this guy's been suing everybody for years. His attorneys can't explain it to him. He's going to sue the courts. That's what he said. So now in response, he says he's going to consider an executive order. And now he's considering a brand new immigration order, which will be shot down in the courts as well. You see how completely inept he is? My idea was no refugees once we had created a barrier or a safety net for people who are dealing with this crisis. Now, this would have included a nice open barrack type places for people to sit in, coffee shop type environment, cots for sleeping. Anybody who is displaced would be well taken care of. On Ellis Island, I was going to turn Ellis Island into a landing strip. We were going to route most of the immigrants through specific airlines so that we could kind of get them to a place where they could, be sorted out. It was going to be a process, not some random no refugee order. But since Trump, when he copied my ideas, he didn't write any of them down. He didn't really know how to implement them. So he's kind of a person who's $1 short and a day late. And so he borrows money. That's how he operates. And that's how our country operates. So in a way, Donald Trump is the quintessential caricature of a cartoon of a president. in a country that's right on the edge of bankruptcy. And he's an expert on bankruptcy because he bankrupts companies. So he's going to ruin our country, and I'm going to have to build it back up. That's what's going down. I thought by starting the race in 2008 I'd have a chance, but since I've been completely censored in my own country for the past 8 years, I'm 8 years into this, and going on 9 years, and we realize that the great ideas get to the top, but not the great people. There are people like Trump who will steal just to get ahead. And you've got the worst possible president right now who steals ideas to become president of the United States. And I also believe that Russia definitely hacked the election and definitely influenced this entire decision. And we basically are seeing Russia's contamination in our politics as well. So our country is under attack by elitists who are also poisoning us with pollution. Unbelievable sprays of chemtrails are going on our heads with our government just standing around going, well, okay, whatever. And nobody's questioning anything. And you've got a country filled with corrupt people in government who just do it for the cash. It's all about the money for them. I've been censored for 8 years in my own country. I've had top quality ABC affiliates come to my door interviewing me. And they've thrown all the footage away. They won't respond to my emails. They literally are shunning me in my own country. Are we eating our fleece jackets? Now, microfibers are migrating into fields and food. You know, finding microfibers in even plastic in fish. Yeah, microplastics and microfibers are migrating everywhere. Synthetic fibers from fleece jackets could be ending up in rivers, fields, and our diet. The innovation of synthetic fleece has allowed many outdoor enthusiasts to hike with warmth and comfort, but what many of these fleece-wearing nature lovers don't know is that each wash of their jackets and pullovers releases thousands of microscopic plastic fibers or microfibers into the environment and their favorite national park to agricultural land waters. I need to cool my jets. That was intense. Reading 1,000 words per second. Dear God, I know. Dude, you should play Grand Theft Auto 5. It's cool. No, I'd rather retain my brain cells. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Now, you know, I've said this from the beginning. I didn't think that the Russian dossier on Trump was fake. It's gaining credibility with law enforcement. They're finally getting their act together and realizing that we've got some serious problems with national security with Trump having a sex dossier on him. You know, I think Trump's biggest fear is that somebody might see his penis. You know? That would be a heavy-duty blow for a guy who, you know, claims he has a large penis and no one can corroborate that. And if they find out it's not, wow, that would be low dig, dude. A whale was in Norway dead after it couldn't digest food due to 30 plastic bags in its stomach. Then New York PD. Thank you. Breaking news. Thank you. I did not watch the doom building videos last night. No. Dude, we're eating those fibers. They're in your head. Yeah, that's why you're having a hard time thinking. Whatever brain cells are functioning are the ones we have to deal with right now. Dude, I don't really want to play Grand Theft Auto 5. I found Grand Theft Auto 4 was very violent. I had bad experiences. Yeah, I actually, you know, used like flamethrowers on people, and it was just so weird. Oh, please. No, of course not. Airship maker vows giant flying ass will arise again. A flying ass. Well, this is Freedom Friday, so anything's possible. Here comes the flying ass. It's a brand new blimp plane that was created after I went and talked about it to Boeing. But this is the Airlander 10, the world's largest aircraft. It's been repaired and is ready to fly again. Wasn't that nice? The largest ass symbol in the world is going to hit the air. Who cares? It's so irrelevant. It is. I mean, Fukushima is draining massive amounts of radiation in the ocean. Trump won't even talk about it. He's having an awkward handshake with Shinzo Abe. Here it is again. Awkward handshake coming up.
All right, thank you, press.
Thank you, everybody.
Poor guy.
Strong hands.
Yeah, you know, when he grabbed his hand and jerked it, like he was jerking his wanger, this guy has no protocol whatsoever. Yeah. A face, I know. I feel sorry for Shinzo Abe. He's dealing with a lot of... it's like, where has your hand been, Mr. President? Ha ha. Where has that hand... He probably went back to the restroom and washed his hands 1,000 times. It's a Japanese tradition to wash your hands many times after touching a man who masturbated. Hungary to detain all asylum seekers in shipping containers. Well, that sounds like a real way station for you. That's just not right, I'm telling you. Hungary has stooped to new lows over treatment of asylum seekers. They've got them in mobile minis. Every single asylum seeker in Hungary is hungry and in a mobile mini. Look at that. That's quite effective, though, I must say. They probably learned that in Nazi Germany. Wow. Yep. I don't know. It just seems... Well, they're dealing with their stress problem with refugees probably better than Germany. They just let them in and start assaulting people in Cologne, Germany. Raping women. Yeah. Trump wasn't even in Pearl Harbor. Hungary to detain. Okay. No, my mobile medical unit is comfortable. Those things are entrapped prisons. Yeah, they're probably going to use those. Trump said he's starting up all these secret CIA torture centers around the world. So I thought, what a great idea for him to actually invest in his own torture centers. The Trump torture centers, you know? Trump torture centers. And it would be, we'd call it Club Dead. Would that be great? And he could make money. He could rent the torture centers out to the government and then profit from the torture centers. Every person that gets tortured, Trump makes a certain amount of money. You like that idea? You should tell it to some of his barracudas and anacondas and reptiles that are in the swamp that he creates called his cabinet. Yeah, he could use his hotels. You're right. Nobody's staying in them. Who can afford $650 a night except Russian mobsters trying to make a deal with Mr. Trump? Yeah, we got a room with Mr. Trump at the plaza here. Yeah, well, that's actually a local mobster. Let me do Russian mobster. Mr. Trump tell us we could live in this room here. It's no charge for us. We know him. We know him very well in Russia. You can imagine a couple of like Eastern European thugs coming up to the Trump Plaza and just muscling their way into a room. Yeah, Mr. Trump says we could sleep in the room, no problem. I'm cracking myself up tonight. That's a bad sign. You're bald? Really? Oh, don't make fun of bald people, because I have my hair. As you can see, I can pull every single follicle. But I like the straight hair look, because I grew up with wavy hair. And when I get pitted, I want to look more like the pitted guy. Triggered. Trigger warning, trigger warning. Dimitri, give me another tonic. I'm going to make sure this man understands we got a room at the Trump Plaza, okay? Listen, mister. I don't know who you talk to, but we know Mr. Trump and all the people that work at the Mr. Trump Plaza, so you better want to keep your job. You better get us a room now. Oh, screw you, liberal. Beep, beep. You know, I can't stand Trump suckers. You Trump tards have your brain up your ass. You're literally a turncoats. You're all traitors to the country as you suck up to Putin. Oh, yeah. Over 3 million Filipinos watch your show in the morning. Oh, hello, Filipino people. Welcome. I hope you're able to access marijuana without your drug dealer having a bullet wound in his head. The courtesy of Duterte's a league of housewives assassins. 1 billion viewers on UHF 1 and 2. Thank you for sharing. The numbers are growing so rapidly. It's amazing I haven't had an interview in my own country. Have you ever noticed when you eat your lunch, sometimes some of it sticks to your teeth, and then it drops down in your mouth? Do you think we really should eat that or spit it out? I think it's just like, that's just so gross. I'm not going to eat it. 400 million on UHF and 600 million on UHF2. Wow. The numbers are in, everybody. This is amazing. Nick, I'm going to say, Nick, you can question the veracity of the $1 billion claim, but Nick, we all know who you are. You're Rodney. I'm going to purge you just out of simple fact of matter. Okay, my friend Billy said he can outdance you, Dave. I'm sure he can. I mean, there's a lot of very talented young dancers. I have no dancing training whatsoever. I didn't study under Fred Astaire or anything like that. Hey, you want to talk about Pizzagate? We'll get to that in a little while. That definitely stresses us out. Yeah, you pick it with your finger. I don't want to swallow food that I've already eaten, Chef Gordon Ramsay. White House cybersecurity efforts currently managed by IP Freely. Okay. I thought that was a joke. And Trump is considering writing brand new legislation to overturn a law that's already been overturned. Yeah. So according to this, Trump's White House no longer has cybersecurity experts keeping their technology networks secure, according to this report. He fired everybody. You're banned. No, I only tweeted Rosie O'Donnell once. When she said that she wanted martial law, I refused to tweet her again. Somebody needs to talk to her about the Illuminati. Oh, and also the New World Order. Yeah, they want martial law. And Rosie wants martial law too, so she better get her head in the right place when we realize we don't want martial law. No, Rosie. Not a good idea. Not going to happen. Not going to do that. That would be unprecedented. Donald Trump is redefining the English language. He's changed a word. In his tweet, he said the election results were unprecedented. He doesn't know how to spell unprecedented. Seriously. This is an English word that doesn't really exist. He's kind of making it up. Unprecedented. God. Oh, yeah. You want to know the future? Study the past, referring to Germany in 1933. Do you want to know why we're very similar to Germany? Took me a while to figure out that Hitler was a Zionist. And Donald Trump is a Zionist. You know, Pence should really, get me on the phone, because he's probably going to be our president pretty soon, out of default. Many people are saying that Donald is about ready to leave the White House because he doesn't want to be president. His own friend, Howard Stern, said he really doesn't want to be president because he doesn't want to not be liked. He has a problem with people not liking him. If I had that problem, I wouldn't even do a show. I think Pence should ask me for help. I don't mind opening a dialogue with him. Absolutely. Try 1 billion right now, dude. Yeah. This network, by the way, the Vaughn chat room, is completely controlled. We are not even able to get in here from. If you're watching us from Asia or Indonesia or even South America, people are having a hard time getting into these servers because Mark Vaughn is IP banning 4 million IP addresses, which means every IP address could have up to 10 or 30 people, depending on how many people are dialing in through that address. We're looking at 4 million people, 400 million people locked out of this Vaughn chat room. And we can't figure out a way to get you into a chat room. That's the hard part, because Echelon is watching what we're doing. And whenever we move to another chat room, we send the link out. They immediately then DDoS that link and all the targeted connections. Trump already has the lowest approval rate of any president on earth. I mean, he even is below Abraham Lincoln, who was hated by the entire South. Abraham Lincoln was called an ape. That's how people disliked him. Believe me, I'll have to take Pence seriously. We've got a lot of issues. You know, I don't see myself as that far away from Pence. in terms of my moral character. I'm a person who doesn't cheat. I don't lie. I don't have girlfriends on the side, and Sarah knows that I'm her one and only, and she's my one and only. I have a very traditional mindset, but I don't believe in the marriage contract being run by the government. And I think Pence and other social conservatives are going to respond well to the idea that states shouldn't allow marriage contracts because they're being forced to give out transgender marriage contracts. Thank you for UHF2. Thanks so much. I'm glad you opened that up. I live in a trailer because I'm saving money. I don't live in debt. I don't have any debt. Trump has $2.6 billion in debt. I will put all of my assets in a public trust when I become president. I promise you that. And I will also put all of my collection in the presidential library. And we're going to open the presidential library to my collection, and I'm going to sell my collection, part of it, to finance the presidential library. Not me personally. I don't want to take anything with this world. When I leave this world, I will have nothing other than my skin on my body. I always believe that, materialism is a very bad thing, and I've always avoided it. I'm not materialistic at all. But you've got a very greedy guy in the form of Trump. Anyway, let's see what he did to cybersecurity. While still using his unsecured Android phone, the Chief Information Security Officer, tasked with the security of network communication, devices, and data security at the White House, has been relieved of his position. According to ZDNet, Obama appointee Corey Louie was either fired or asked to resign last Thursday evening and was escorted out of the office in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. One source, however, explained that all Obama administration appointees have targets on their back and are fearful of speaking out about anything. The source described the actions as being something like a witch hunt for the former administration appointees. They described it as toxic environment. It was alleged the accusations of poor management were the excuses given for a forced departure. Regardless of the reason, the absence of a cybersecurity expert in the office is concerning in an era of constant cyber attacks, particularly given the cyber attacks during the 2016 election. Others who worked at the cybersecurity office resigned at the end of the Obama administration, including Louie's predecessor, Gregory Tohill. The White House has not yet announced if there is a replacement. So Louie has not yet changed his LinkedIn profile, ZDNet reported. His resume boasts experience working at the Dropbox and Google, and he joined the White House as part of the National Action Plan on Cybersecurity. Well, yeah, so we don't have a cybersecurity force right now in the White House. Don't tell the Russian hackers that. David, I have information you will be the first true third-party candidate. Well, I wouldn't be the first. I would be the... Okay, David, what makes you different that you think you won't be controlled? Because I'm not greedy. You say they have a lot of dirt on Donald Trump that could include sex tapes. But I'm not greedy, which makes me completely unviable. And my principles that have led me this far, 8 years without a single penny in my own personal pockets and nothing really to show. We get very little donations. We believe this message is bigger than money. We believe that the message is so powerful that it's penetrated the world audience and that now the message is way more important than money. Money would only deter from the message. Okay. Mad Dog is feeling kind of down. It's life in the morgue can't be too pleasant. So in a retrospect way, we're going to look at what life was like under Obama. At least he stuttered and didn't piss people off. People are starting to, even the Republicans are starting to look back on Obama as like, well, at least he didn't piss that many people off. But he did have a stuttering issue, and it's always fun to look at that stuttering thing and see what you can do, remembering the lame duck president we know as Barack Obama.
If we fall for, a bunch of tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative,
Pocahontas. Bing, bing. No, she's got this goofy friend. She's a basket case. Oh, boy. Goofus.
I hope that made you feel better. Good. Because that was unprecedented. All right. Cool. We got the stop it thing to make some of you Trump tards feel good tonight. So we're kind of giving you soothing messages that'll help remind you of the transition to the next phase of the collapse of America under Trump. You see, Trump is simply another New World Order puppet, just like Obama was. And he's here to introduce the takedown of the police state is in full form now. So now that he's starting on attacking refugees without a plan to where they're going to go, now he's going to start, beginning to turn his eye on creating more penalties like stop and frisk. Now Trump has stated that stop and frisk will be a big plan for all the cities in America. Thank you, Gemin. Gemin, man. Gemin Truth Seeker. But yeah, stop and frisk will be the new plan that he'll be introducing in a couple of months. Every city will be stopping people randomly and frisking them. Seriously. Welcome to Nazi Germany and the New World Order. Here's a really interesting attack on gun control supporters. And I'm not a gun control person. I believe in the right to bear arms. But saying we don't need these because we have these policemen is like saying these fire extinguishers we don't need because we have these firemen. So you really have to understand police are not in any way preventing crimes. In fact, very few police have ever prevented crimes. There's hardly any record of police ever preventing a crime. They usually come in and mop them up after they happen. Whereas guns are on record preventing crimes. When Australia decided to instigate gun control in the 80s, you're fleeing to Argentina? I don't blame you, man. When gun control was issued up in Australia, and many people in Melbourne and Sydney are watching us right now, remember right after the gun control was put in place, there was an increase of 60% in home invasions in cities across Australia. Criminals just think they can get in and do whatever they want and nobody's going to stop them when you instigate gun control. Tell me one police officer that's prevented a crime that an eyewitness experience where you've seen a cop actually prevent a crime. You know of any? Thank you, Potato Girl. I don't know of any where a cop actually stops a crime from happening. It's a tough one if you think about it. They're usually afraid to get near a crime, and when they get near crime, they're like all gunned up, and then they end up shooting people, and that's why 1,202 people died, unmistakable deaths from cops last year. And there's a website, killedbypolice.net, that is a serious website. Let me give you the link. You want to find out the stories of every one of these dead people? This year alone, they're on track to beat last year's record because Obama never put any guidance out there. And Trump can't put any guidance. He hasn't started a plan to get sensitivity controls in our police force. He hasn't even begun the process. In fact, he's going to go the opposite. He'll have them just, execute on sight. Trump is more like Hitler that way. But look at this. Killed by police in 2017. These are people who are probably unarmed, probably in no way able to defend themselves. They might have a pocket knife, and they're reaching for their pocket knife, and they get blown away in the head. The only one who's tried in movies was Steven Seagal. Okay. Yeah, cops just write tickets for traffic violations and arrest people for domestic violence. Yeah, that's so true. So true. Pennsylvania lawmaker calls Trump fascist loofah-faced S. Gibbon. Wow. Okay, so just look at all these names of people who've died recently. This is just like yesterday. You can go to every one of these links and see the story on the TV channels that they were brought up on. Usually some of them got TV. If you're lucky, you get TV coverage. There's posts about the killings. All these men, 39, 29, Henry, Vincent, most of the men, Curtis, Jamal, Jeremy, Jose, Gerard, these are all people that are dead now. Everyone is a serious case where the cops mistaken them having a gun, or maybe they've got mental problems. This is just in February alone. Unnecessary deaths of people by cops. And then you go to January and it's just, the list is just huge. All these people, Gary, all these people dead, Christopher, Ronnie, Sean, all of these people were children of mothers. All of them never wanted to get their heads blown off by cops. This is the kind of thing our government is not even addressing at all. It saddens me to think that there's nothing happening. No corrections, course corrections by Obama or Trump. The people that put Trump and Obama in power want a police state. They want martial law. That's when Rosie O'Donnell said she wanted martial law too, I thought, you got to be kidding me. What's wrong with you? I mean, seriously, she better wake up fast. All right. Well, they should pay cops to be friendly to you. I believe that they should have a shoot to maim policy. Okay, the question came up, what's better, a .357 revolver or a .44 Magnum? Well, to tell you the truth, a .44 Magnum will blow your head clean off. A .357 will only take out your eyeball. Normal people don't commit crimes due to the fact they know cops are there and they respect them. Oh, that's nice. Oh, come on. Normal people. Have you ever been to a mall and seen somebody mugged right in front of a cop, a security guard? I have. Oh, Dulcie and Dave. Oh, who cares? What is there to look at? Dave lives in a mobile home on a beautiful island, and he works out all the time. That's my dossier. Well, look, if they have a shoot to maim policy, let me put it this way, okay? Some of you gun right protectors people, some of you actually believe that you have the right to stand at the door, okay, and hold your hand next to your weapon. Yeah. Many of you gun right protectors. I'm not Johnny Carson. I'm not Johnny Carson. Ed and I have not been doing a show. I'm not going to do a Johnny Carson impersonation. The fact is, you may be standing by the door with your hand on the... This is how your typical, all right, knock, knock, knock. Hey, honey, I'll get the door here. Yeah, what do you want? And you're like right there. You got your open carry. You got your weapon right here, right? Yeah, what do you want? Well, you have a warrant? And the cops are saying, sir, take your hand off the gun. I have the right to stand here at my door with my hand on my weapon, sir. Do you have a warrant? Sir, take your hand off the gun. That's their second warning. I'm not going to do nothing until you show me your warrant. The next thing that happens is you get a bullet in your head. Boom. Boom. That's protocol right now. That's protocol right now. So, because we don't have a shoot to maim policy, We've got absolutely no leadership from this Trump joke. He doesn't tell people in the police force what to do, so it's become a police farce. But I feel that Melania and I should have the best protection in the world. It's a farce now. He's not putting any type of a plan together. He's not making a plan to deal with this brutality in American cities. David, you should be... No, I'm better than Saturday Night Live. They're not even funny. I'm the funniest human being on earth. Oh, yeah. Trump, he's got nothing on me. Really.
Stop it. Stop it. And stop it. Stop it. And I'll say it right to the camera. Stop it. Stop it. Stop, stop, stop. And I say stop. And I say stop it. Stop, 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 stop it. I will say this, and I'll say it right to the camera. Stop it. Right to the camera. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop, stop, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Right to the camera. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop, stop, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
If you have any problems sleeping tonight, I've got the remedy. It's actually an upbeat, profile. Anytime you want to, fall asleep, just tell me and I'll wake you up real quick. You betcha. Okay, I'm not muted anymore. No, I was talking to the screen. I have a good, close relationship with my touch screen. He and I are working together, Mr. Touchscreen, to bring you a top quality engineered prosumer performance broadcast and interactive chat show. Thanks, Mr. Touchscreen. He gets a little touchy sometimes. Chomsky said years ago that it's very difficult to be a satirist because the country is satirizing itself. Well, I don't have a problem with that. I'm working with satire very well. Satire is kind of my backstage experience.
Was driving by and then did a U-turn.
Okay, here's Austin cops taser a man for dancing at a bus stop. Watch this. This is exactly what police brutality is all about. You got to see the real nuts and bolts to get an idea, to get an emotional feel here. This could be you, dude. Anybody.
And just stopped at the bus stop.
They're tasering him simply for dancing.
Entirely. He called backup, though.
Look at this. He's just walking around dancing.
He's just sitting there, minding his own business.
Yeah, he's just dancing. Freedom to dance. Just doing a little jig here, a simple dance. That's all he's doing, is just dancing in a corner.
What the fuck?
In the Jeep over there and parked in our parking lot, called the cops because apparently that man was
They walk up to him, they confront him.
He's about to. He's about to tase it? Yeah.
He's going to tase him. Great time to move the camera. All he did is just standing there. Now he's walking away. Admired, acclaimed, accredited.
Why did you do that?
Now he's tasing him. Tased and arrested for dancing at a bus stop.
Tasering him, you asshole!
Stop it, please.
Tasering a man at a bus stop. Oh, this is unbelievable. But we're seeing it with our own eyes, thanks to the video and the modern age of interactive TV.
He wasn't doing anything.
And now he's saying, is he under arrest?
Am I under arrest?
They won't even communicate with him. Unbelievable. I've seen enough. Am I missing anything?
He's not even moving. 43545.
I've seen enough. This is just pissing me off left and right. Yeah, it happened to me. I wasn't tasered, but I was swatted in my own home about 1 year and 8 months ago. Had to lay down on the street, out in the grass, cuffed behind my back for no reason because the police didn't even follow proper protocol. They didn't even call me, and they had my phone number on file. Russia arrests the 3rd U.S. spy in cyber treason case. Who cares? Every U.S. spy is probably a disinformation agent. Did the police have their foot on your back? You know, I don't know. They might have. Well, the man never threatened the cop. Why do you stand there and protect the cops when we've got video of him not even doing a thing but standing there and dancing? What the hell's wrong with you people that stand there supporting this brutality? You gotta look at yourself in the mirror and wonder if that could be you, opening your door going, "You can't come in here. This is my home, my domicile. Sir, get your hand off your weapon. You can't come in here. Show me your warrant. Sir, get your hand off the weapon." Boom. You're dead. Yeah. The police are going to indict Netanyahu for corruption, Eddie? And like you have any evidence of that? With a name like Eddie Ecuador, come on, you got to come up with some evidence of Netanyahu doing that. Oh, there you go. Scissor Fight saw a homeless guy get tasered because he didn't get up quick enough. This is what they did in Nazi Germany. This is what the Nazi Gestapo did whenever people who may or may not have been Jewish didn't do exactly like they were told by the Gestapo. Yeah, you think we are not entering the phase in which the Nazis are taking over this country? He walked away from the cop. You saw him walking away. I don't know. We've got a pretty good populist opportunity here, 615. Trump is only denying the populist opportunity that's growing every day on this internet. I get more viewers internationally than Trump got in his entire inauguration. Daily. Yeah. Dude, he didn't go toward a cop. Why are you standing there defending these corrupt, brutal cops? I was always a little left. I had to come to the right to agree with all of you gun-bearing, gun-toting constitutionalists. And I agree with you. We should have the right to bear arms. But at the same time, you got to realize that you're going to get your head blown off. Thank you for that link, Eddie. A man of his links. Yeah, cop provoked it. You know, cops shouldn't have their ego involved, Chef Gordon Ramsay. You, of all people, should know that. My God, man, pull yourself together. Chef Gordon Ramsay. Dave, in 3 elections, you've gotten 4 votes. You're full of shit. Dude, they haven't even counted all my votes. I got tons of votes, and you've been banned. Dude, watch the video again. He goes toward whatever. He was completely harmless. He was some flake standing there dancing like he was Michael Jackson. What the hell? And now he'll be ruined for life. Do you realize that man will have an indelible memory of that physical assault by that cop? That footage was raw. Rawhide. Hey, all I'm telling you is that cop had nothing to fear from a guy dancing there. Come on. You're standing there defending a brutal cop. You people ought to grow a conscience or some level of humanity. You've all been desensitized and turned into mental midgets, watching video games with your kids going, yeah, kill him harder with a laser, dude. You're like, grow up. Yeah. Title 40, Motor Vehicles, and Chapter 6, Uniform Rules of the Road, Article 7, Property Channel, Stop standing or parking prohibited. Stopping or standing for leg me. That's not the rule. There's no law against dancing at a bus stop. Dude, I got 4 million votes. They weren't even counted. No. But you're in a better mood now, I see, Mad Dog. Yeah. It's kind of cool. You know, this is the best thing about chat. When you go in and type at Huffington, nobody reads your chat. The blogs go into the vast unknown. You go to political, nobody reads your chat. You go here, and 400 million to a billion people read your chat. Thanks to you, David, you make me laugh. Dancing while in possession of black man moves. Dave doesn't need cops. He has BB guns. I love Hershey's chocolate. Look at this chat. It's just hilarious. And all the rest of the world can't come in here because Mark wants to make money from Trump. He wants to censor our show and take cash to deprive us of our freedom. Okay, let's take a look at an Oklahoma town canceling a dance because of an old city ordinance. All right, let's take a look. We've got a couple links I haven't kept up on. Let me go here. A Pennsylvania lawmaker to Trump. Come after me, you fascist, loofah-faced SS Gibbon. Yeah, so he's actually calling him out. A Pennsylvania lawmaker has decided to show his worth as a human being, and it's like, come on, man, you want to threaten people? Come and get him. Yeah, President Trump is known for firing off barbed tweets. Now, Pennsylvania's state senator is using social media to attack the nation's chief executive, speaking to him directly and calling Trump a fascist, loofah-faced S-Gibbon.
The ordinance says no dancing allowed. It's illegal. It's never been enforced my entire life, but I never had looked at it because it had never come up. It's an antiquated ordinance. Nobody's ever looked at it to change it. He said, that his oath was to uphold the law.
Yeah, we have no intention of enforcing that ordinance.
Laws are laws, and we're going to abide by them. We can't pick and choose what laws we uphold.
So they've got an Oklahoma town canceling a dance because of an old city ordinance. Talk about out of it. Wow. Yeah. And then this story, police likely to recommend Benjamin Netanyahu an indictment on corruption charges. Wow. This is kind of a shocker. Thank you for that link. Police are likely to recommend Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is indicted following an investigation into bribery allegations. Now, how come Netanyahu would be accused of bribery when Donald Trump just received $9.5 million from a woman who's now the Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, or DeVos, or whatever the hell they pronounce her name. Yeah, she bribed him to become... She stopped lingering on the poor man that was tasered for just dancing. Thanks. Super Dave says U.S. Park Police are investigating whether excessive force was used in the arrest of 5 protesters Saturday who silently danced in the interior of the Jefferson Memorial to protest a recent ruling against dancing at federal monuments. See where this is going? Well, maybe he is untouchable, but the fact is Trump is even more untouchable. He received a bribe of $9.5 million, and nobody's charging him with anti-bribery laws. I did watch the methane generator video. It was fun. Thanks, Dave. Okay, you want me to look again, and you're calling me a name? And you really think I should go back to the live link of this guy just getting beaten up? I don't think that's necessary. Okay, I'm going to 135. I don't call me names, but I'll take a look. Hang on. We're gonna close it on the video. He's dancing. He walks towards the cop.
What the?
Oh my gosh! Dude? Oh my gosh!
All he was doing is walking up to the cop. He wasn't showing any weapon. He was walking at the cop saying, "What can I do? I mean, I'm just, you're telling me I can't dance here." That's all he did. You're saying he didn't threaten the cop. See, this is why we need cops to get sensitivity training. It's just not right. Okay, to prove that people will argue over anything, here's a stick. Now, somebody's going to say, no, that's a branch. It's a twig. No, it's a stick. No, sticks are made certain ways. That's not a stick. No, that's a branch. Yeah, thank you for resting my case. He didn't challenge anybody. He just walked up to the cop wondering why he was being detained and bothered. He didn't lunge at the cop. Well, we'll go back if you guys want to just spend your time thinking. Okay. Yeah, 135. Let's see. Here he is lunging forward and making an assault on a known president of Japan.
Please.
See how he pulls his hand? Look at that. See that? Donald Trump pulls Shinzo Abe's hand. Look at that. And then he pats it like he was a little puppy dog.
All right, thank you, Pat.
Oh, God. What a fake. Yeah. No wonder Shinzo Abe's so pissed off. I don't know. It looks weird. Oh, my God. Dave, you cut off the tape? What tape? You give Barney 5 a bullet. He's going to look every day for a reason to use it. Rex 360, thank you. Rex, thank you very much. You know, we talked about what happened in 2009 in Pittsburgh at the G20 convention. All the protesters were there, and all the protesters were literally kept in the area. The police cordoned off the area and put all the protesters in one area. I heard that by the end of the evening, they pushed all the protesters to one area, had them lay down on the ground, the cops did, with their guns ready to fire. Well, I've been busy. I'm working nonstop. I need more sleep. It's true. Well, 5 hours is all I got. Sorry. But the fact of the matter is, in 2009 at the Pittsburgh G20 convention, the protesters were all herded into one place and forced to lay down by the cops. This is true. And the cops went right up to their faces and sprayed mace or pepper spray in their faces. All of them had heavy pepper spray in their faces. Thanks, Eddie. Sleep well, man. Eddie Ecuador, everybody. Good links. I'm glad I heard about that Netanyahu story. Being retired doesn't mean you stop working, man. I just don't make any money. 38,000 genitally mutilated women in Sweden? Can you prove that? Oh, give it up, 932. I don't have a criminal background. Dude, we'll go there again. Yeah, I won't cut it off. Let's take a look. We're going back to it. I'm not giving up on you guys. I'm not trying to, shun your position. We're trying to hear what you're saying. Let's see if he attacks the cop.
Why would you do that?
He's about to. He's about to take it? Yeah.
He's just trying to walk away. I think he's being pushed. He doesn't lunge at the cop at all. He's trying to walk away. He literally is trying to walk away. Let's get to a better shot here. Hang on. He's trying to avoid conflict. When you walk away, you're avoiding conflict. I'm telling you, some of you people act like Nazis in here. Okay. He's walking away, see? See, walking away. You can't tell me he's lunging after anybody. That's BS. The man was completely benign. He had no danger whatsoever. I have 1 billion viewers tonight. And I wish I had, got more sleep and maybe shaved a little bit more. But I guess I gotta be me. I gotta be me. I gotta be me. Yeah, I know. I was blown away when they told me. So we have 1/7 of the population of the world watching me right now. I need to do something important. This is supposed to be funny. I haven't laughed at Saturday Night Live in a long time. Let's see if this is funny. The White House wanted more coverage of Trump's other executive orders, and Seth Meyers obliged. Let's see if this is funny.
President Donald Trump recently signed an executive order implementing a freeze on federal hiring, but the order has attracted criticism specifically for its impact on veterans. For more on this, it's time for a segment we call The Check-In. So, throughout the campaign, Trump boasted about his military expertise and admiration for those who have served our country.
The vets, oh, those vets, I love those vets. We're going to take care of those vets. I've worked hard for the vets.
There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am.
There's nobody better at the military? I'm also very good at the civilian. Despite his great admiration for the troops and the military as a whole, young Donald Trump never got the opportunity to serve his country on the battlefield. Trump was sidelined during the war in Vietnam due to a tragic ailment.
I had a foot thing, and I had deferment for that.
Which foot did you have the bone spur in?
You'll look it up in the records. I don't know. It's in the records.
Whoa, he forgot what foot he had a bone spur in that prevented him from being in Vietnam. 1 billion.
Trump knows the difference between right and wrong. It's right and left that give him trouble. What a harrowing moment that must have been when the doctor walked in and said, "I don't know how to tell you this. You have a foot thing." Trump later said he felt bad about not serving in Vietnam, and let's give him serious credit here. He did donate over $1 million to build a Vietnam War memorial in downtown Manhattan, which was completed in 1985, and which he bragged about during the campaign. But questions arose about how involved he really was in the process. For example, a 1984 article in the Washington Post revealed that Trump went to only 2 or 3 out of the 20 meetings. You couldn't even sit in the meetings? Did the bone spurs in your foot spread to your ass?
Okay, yeah. That's worth watching tonight. I'm going to add that to my YouTube links for tonight. We play videos till 2 in the morning when you're, up late and want to talk and chat. We do kind of a big lineup. It's fun. We're link driven, so we play a lot of stuff. Sean Spicer, yeah. I know, I'm very thankful that I have the billions of viewers, but as you know, I don't monetize this, and it's not like I'm trying to profit from anything, and I think that's what makes this kind of special. It's our chance for Americans to speak to the world and talk to the world, and for the world to know that we're not crazy like this nutcase who represents us. We have a pretty level head, the American people do, and we want what you want around the world. We want a better environment. We don't want to force our country on other nations. I think the politics of the past, of the two-party system, will be a thing of the past when I become president. Forcing wars around the world has been a complete disaster. And if Pence is going to call me, tell him to call me as soon as possible. We need to work on a way we can navigate. No, there's a lot of viewers in Singapore. We're trying to work on a way to navigate out of the mess that Trump is putting us in and Obama left us in. So it's going to be a difficult road to get the rest of the world to appreciate Americans again. We have to re-win their friendship. But we're not going to be able to do it by doing the same old thing that we've been doing for the past 50 years, starting wars.
460, tell them to call us. 707 your ATP, YOURATP. During our show times.
Tell Tom to call us during the show times, yeah. My wig is not a wig, it's my hair. You can't do this, you can't pull this when you have a wig. This is how hair looks when you shampoo it.
Ollie E. George, okay.
Sarah doesn't need to know how many viewers we have, okay? She's just talking to you as if you were a neighbor down the street. Obama dropped bombs. What did Trump just do? As soon as he became president, he immediately attacked Yemen. It's like that's the go-to thing to show you've got balls as president. is to attack an innocent 8-year-old girl and kill her? Yeah. They claim they got 13 Al-Qaeda members when they got 14 innocent collateral damage kills, including an 8-year-old girl. Thanks, Trump. You're doing exactly what Obama did. Wasteful attacks on Yemen. Well, I differ. Obama started a war in Libya. Libyan war was a quick attack on Muammar Gaddafi. People lied that put us there. Absolutely. We have proof of paid informants for the CIA becoming journalists presenting a story that wasn't true about Muammar Gaddafi. The Libyan war that Obama started is what he's carried over to Syria. In fact, he gave 600 rockets to the Al-Qaeda members in that country of Libya to depose Muammar Gaddafi. And then they did the same thing in Syria. They pulled the 600 rockets out and sent them over there, and they set up an attack on Assad's regime. I'm saying Obama started the Libyan attack. He was the one that orchestrated it. It wasn't George W. Bush that orchestrated it or Ronald Reagan that orchestrated it. George W. Bush signed a contract with Muammar Gaddafi in 2007. It was a treaty to not pursue any weapons of mass destruction. And Muammar Gaddafi obliged. He agreed to it. We've got 10,000 people listening to us on Lithuanian Talk Radio right now. It's amazing. Yeah, and I heard Trump wants to destroy careers. I mean, that shows you his scurrilous nature. All right, she's got enthusiastic vibes. She's ready to start more literacy, cultural literacy. We got people, you think 10,000 is a lot. What about 1 billion viewers around the world? We're now broadcasting on UHF-1 and UHF-2. Thank you, Sarah.
What? Oh, David banned my trivia champ. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. Maybe he'll come back in as a guest or something. Who was a 20th time for trivia? Who was a 20th century American comedian best known for his weekly radio and television programs? He was admired for his sense of timing and for his deliberately slow delivery. His shows contained many running gags, jokes continuing from one show to another, often concerning his age, his stinginess, and his inability to play the violin. Jack Benny is correct. Good job, Frankenstein. Well, happy birthday to you, Skullet Man. I'm very glad it's your birthday. I know somebody else who's had a birthday today. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Super Dave, so I'm just going to mute you for 10 minutes. Then you can come back. Who was a 20th century American writer of popular songs that included God Bless America, White Christmas, and There's No Business Like Show Business? Okay, 5 minutes. Even better, dignitary. It's not Irving Berlin, no. But ironically, his initials are IB, like Irving Berlin, but it's not Irving Berlin. Not Bing Crosby. Wait, that was Irving Berlin. Sorry. You were right, Frankenstein. Sorry. Frankenstein is correct. It's Irving Berlin. I was wrong. I was on the wrong one. Irving Berlin, of course. You're way better. Good job. Frankenstein's on a roll. What about VHF? No, UHF is better. That's okay. I don't mind if they Google the answers. The whole point is to learn. Who was a 20th century Swedish filmmaker known for his slow-paced, highly symbolic, often obscure works, including Wild Strawberries and The Virgin Spring? His later films explored personal isolation and his family relationships, as in Cries and Whispers and Scenes from a Marriage. That's also IB, but it's not that was the one I thought I was looking at. Yes, Jeff Gordon Ramsay is correct. Ingmar Bergman. Correct. Good job. Well, some of the offline stuff is in New York, maybe? I don't know. I'm happy that you're here, 460. That's what I'm happy about. This is just the fastest Googler game? I don't know. Some people know things better than know some things and are typing it as I speak, and they're typing it faster than they would Google it. You won't Google to learn the answer? That's fine, whatever. Who was a French actress of the late 19th and early 20th centuries? A brilliant performer, she was considered the queen of French tragedy. The queen of French tragedy in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. (907) is correct. Sarah Bernhardt. Thank you. 397, I'm glad you're here too. Sarah Bernhardt. That's hilarious. 358. Who was a 20th century American composer and conductor who served for many years as the music director of the New York Philharmonic Opera Orchestra, is probably best known for his Broadway productions such as West Side Story. I'm capable of listening to MP3s. What do you mean we need to become one? I love my life. (397), good job Googling. Leonard Bernstein is correct. Good job. Who was an African-American rock and roll musician and composer who influenced many musicians of the 1950s and 1960s? He influenced the Beatles and Bob Dylan. Doesn't this 6-string guitar have 6 strings? No, I don't. (526) is correct. Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry influenced the Beatles and Bob Dylan. Then we can do math, 358, if you don't want to do trivia. David will do political discussion when he returns. What was the popular name for the huge clock mounted in a tower near the meeting place of the British Parliament in London? He strikes the quarter hour with familiar Westminster chimes. Good, all of you have it. Big Ben. How about I will talk a little bit about politics in in a little while. I'll do trivia politics. Big Ben. No, I won't. 358. What was a dramatic silent film from 1915 about the South during and after the Civil War? It was directed by D.W. Griffith. It was the first so-called spectacular. It is considered highly controversial for its portrayal of African Americans. Frankenstein is correct. Good job. Mad Dog is correct as well. I'm sure you guys didn't Google that. That was very fast. The Birth of a Nation. I'm sure you know everything about me, so I don't need to ask that. That's correct, Dignitary. Awesome silent film, very accurate. I'll have to watch it. Who was a French composer of the 19th century, best known for his opera Carmen? Don't worry, 209. I don't know all of them either, and I'm just learning. I see this as a time for learning. Learning things that every American needs to know. Sound Steve is correct. Georges Bizet. Good job. Oh, what is a kind of folk music for guitar, banjo, violin, or other stringed instruments and voice, which is distinguished by rapid notes and improvisation by the musicians? Bluegrass is correct. Good job, Jeff Gordon Ramsay. I got all excited. I got tongue-tied. All right. For all of you people that want, or they don't want trivia, I'm going to go to more trivia. Or at least history. I already did that one. What was an effort after the death of a Soviet premier to soften some of the repressive measures used by his government? Premier Nikita Khrushchev was a leader in this movement, which involved the downgrading of one of the leader's reputations. So an effort after the death of a Soviet premier to soften some of the repressive measures used by his government, who had a very repressive government in the Soviet Union. Yeah, when the computer beat Kasparov, that was pretty amazing. Shall I help you? I will help you. Good job, 907. Stalin is part of the answer. So what was an effort after the death of Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin to soften some of the repressive measures used by Stalin? I love my life, Nick. It's perfect for me. So it was de-Stalinization was the effort to soften some of the repressive measures of Stalin. Involved downgrading of Stalin's reputation. What is a place in Indochina, now Vietnam, where Vietnamese communists decisively defeated French forces in 1954? The defeat led to the French withdrawal from Indochina. To lead, 754, that's my purpose. You're right. Dien Bien Phu is correct. Good job, 907. You are right. Absolutely. Good job. Yes, David and Sarah. Sarah and David love each other. Exactly. Way to go, 907. Dien Bien Phu. All right. Who was an English political leader of the 19th century who led the Conservative Party of Britain, the Tories, in the 1860s and the 1870s? He was Prime Minister twice. He was a political opponent of William Gladstone. He strongly supported the extension of British colonies and had Queen Victoria proclaimed Empress of India. It's not Winston Churchill, it's not Neville. An English political leader of the 19th century. So when you're saying 19th century, you have to think like 1800s. He led the Conservative Party of Britain, the Tories, in the 1860s and 1870s. So in the US, what was happening at the time was the Civil War. He was Prime Minister twice. He was a political opponent of William Gladstone. He supported the extension of British colonies and had Queen Victoria proclaimed Empress of India. (697) has it correct. Benjamin Disraeli, yes. Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of Britain in the 1860s, 1870s. That's okay. It's okay to Google. Benjamin Disraeli. All right. What was this belief called that kings and queens have a God-given right to rule and that rebellion against them is a sin? This belief was common through the 17th century and was urged by such kings as Louis XIV of France. Frankenstein is correct. Divine right of kings. They believed in an absolute monarchy. Oh, what was a words allegedly spoken by the British-born explorer Henry Stanley when in 1871 he finally found the long-missing explorer and missionary David Livingstone in Africa? What did he say when he found David Livingstone in Africa? Frankenstein is correct again. Dr. Livingstone, I presume. Good job. 526 finishing typing it. I know, Frank is pretty good. You're pondering the divine right of Donald Trump? No. Sound Steve, thank you very much. I'm glad you're liking the trivia. It's going to be my my go-to from now on. Until I know all of these down pat without, like, needing to read them. There's over 5,000 things in my book. So it's pretty cool. I don't know how many there are. There's a lot. Almost 7,000. 6,900 entries. Why do you want to know that? 397? And that's not important. Okay. Who was an English navigator of the 16th century, the first Englishman to sail around the world? He often raided Spanish treasure ships. He participated in the destruction of the Spanish Armada. My God, Frankenstein is on a roll. He knows his history. You know your world history, Frankenstein. And fine arts. You are very culturally literate. Good job. You know your pirates. Sir Francis Drake. Is he are you a college professor, Frankenstein? If you're not, you should consider it. You can see David in a moment when he comes back. Zing. All right. What was a scandal in France at the end of the 19th century involving a Jewish army officer who was falsely convicted of betraying French military secrets? You're an attorney, neurosurgeon, and shuttle commander on weekends. Oh, that's hilarious. So, he was sentenced to life in prison. What was the scandal called? French society was deeply divided over this person, with liberals including Émile Zola and Georges Clemenceau arguing that he was innocent, and conservatives defending the French military authorities. So you decided to be all those things, an attorney and a neurosurgeon? Not really. Okay, dislike of Jews also affected the opinions of many in France about the incident. Zola's article, J'accuse, strongly influenced the public in this person's favor. He was eventually cleared of all charges, reinstated in the army with a promotion, and publicly honored. (907) has this one correct. The Dreyfus affair is correct. Alfred Dreyfus was falsely convicted of betraying French military secrets at the end of the 19th century. And he was a Jewish officer. All right. What was the scene of a remarkable though ignominious retreat by the British Army in World War II? It was a town on the northern coast of France. It was the last refuge of the British during the fall of France. Oh, you guys are good. And several hundred naval and civilian vessels took the troops back to England in shifts over 3 days. Dunkirk is correct. Good job, guys. Very good job. Dunkirk. The term Dunkirk is sometimes used to signify a desperate retreat. Dunkirk, a desperate retreat. I did not know that one. A little amazing bit of history there at Dunkirk. It's so true. What purpose does intelligence serve on our planet Earth? It serves the purpose for communicating with other intelligent people to possibly solve problems that are posed to solve problems with other intelligent beings. But there are some people that are very intelligent that are depressed because some of the problems are immense and unsolvable. Perhaps it is to revolutionize the world. Intelligence is to revolutionize the world. This is a memory test, true. It's not an intelligence test. It's all about being exposed to the information. And, if people aren't exposed to the information, they don't have it in their memory. And so this is about putting it in people's memories. And what does it mean? It means that you're obsessed with me. You don't think intelligence serves any purpose? What's the purpose of your existence, 754? Yes, I agree with that 907 about learning from previous history to ascend quicker. Yes, you did ask me first. That's deflection rather than wanting to actually answer the question. What was a former nation in North Central Europe officially known as the German Democratic Republic from 1949 to 1990? It was reunited with another part of the country. East Germany is correct. Former Eastern Bloc and Warsaw Pact nation, established as a republic in 1949. Formed out of land in the zone of Germany occupied by the Soviet Union after World War II. The Berlin Wall was erected in 1961 to keep East Germans from defecting to the West. Although high for a communist nation, the East German living standard lagged far behind that of Western Europe. Popular protests for democracy forced the communist government to open the Berlin Wall in 1989 and allow its citizens to migrate to West Germany. Unable to resist the tide of reform sweeping across communist states, the East German government agreed in 1990 to the reunification of Germany under the leadership of West Germany. Okay, thank you. Okay, I hope you enjoy your plants, and I hope that your plant gets some chlorophyll. Farewell. You remember watching people break their legs jumping the wall? Oh, goodness. All right. I remember when it was, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall! And I remember them smashing it through. It's pretty amazing. It's amazing, 358. What was a time in 20th century British history, the first decade of the century, when Edward VII, the eldest son of Queen Victoria, was Queen Edward VII, what was that time called? Okay, I'm glad you don't have to spell. Mostly, wouldn't you be communicating like telepathically though? Yes, it was the Edwardian period. Good job. The Edwardian period was known for elegance and luxury among the rich and powerful in Britain, but also for moral looseness and for a general failure to prepare for some of the challenges of the 20th century, particularly the failure to prepare for World War I, which broke out 4 years after the death of King Edward. Yes, people believe what they want to believe. It sounds morally loose, Chef Gordon. Sports? I don't actually have sports in here. I have medicine. I can ask some medicine questions. Look, I'm going to ask 2 more and then I'll turn into medicine. That would be good. That was kind of close to sports. Sports? No. Every American doesn't need to know sports. You know it, but you don't really need to know it. Who was a Nazi official who was responsible for the torture and killing of millions of Jews during the Holocaust? He escaped capture immediately after World War II, was apprehended in Argentina 15 years later by agents of Israel. In Israel, he was convicted of crimes against humanity and hanged. Knight Rider, David Hasselhoff. It was a show. Knight Rider. Eichmann is correct. AAMCO has it and Sulan has it. Good job. Adolf Eichmann. Good. Who was a Queen of England in the late 16th and early 17th centuries? A brilliant and crafty ruler who presided over the Renaissance in England. Elizabeth I is correct. Good job. The Elizabethan period was a time of notable triumphs in literature. William Shakespeare rose to prominence while she was queen, and war, the defeat of the Spanish Armada. The daughter of King Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, Elizabeth never married. She is called the Virgin Queen and Good Queen Bess. The state of Virginia is named after the Virgin Queen. That's pretty cool. Virginia after the Virgin Queen. Well, I don't need to visit your plant for you to mock my high IQ. You can just do that anyway. But obviously you like hanging out with me and increasing your IQ.
Okay. Great. Well, you're putting people to sleep. This is awesome.
Well, I don't mind.
It's a great effect. Yeah.
I can put anyone to sleep.
Good for you. My arm floaties? What are my arm floaties? What do you mean by that? Dave, Sarah said she wants you to take her somewhere dangerous.
I never said any such thing.
Yeah, these people are lying through their teeth. I don't think many people are reading. I think Sarah's doing a service to all of you. Reading from a book, which you guys can go to Books on Tape at the library and start reading, just listening.
the flotation devices you wear when you feed the fish, your arm floaties. All right.
I wash my hair daily, and I use different types of shampoos, and every single shampoo has a different effect. That's why my hair is always different. I rotate between 3 separate shampoos on a basic. I go from a volumizer to kind of a smoother to a volumizer, and then So today was a smoother. Plus, whenever we have a windy day, what I do is I put a hat on. I have a really big cowboy hat. And it presses my hair down against my scalp. Even though it breathes, it creates a straight hair look.
Yeah, LibriVox, right?
Yeah,
there
LibriVox,
were people volunteer to read books to audio. I could read this book to the audio, but I like the form that I'm doing as a question rather than just reading it word for word.
I'm not Ron Howard. I'm not Opie from Mayberry RFD.
LibriVox. I know I totally had a problem thinking of LibriVox yesterday. I recommend, if you're going to listen to a LibriVox book, if you're looking for one, because I love audiobooks, I recommend James Watt by Andrew Carnegie. Very good book.
Andrew Carnegie was an amazing guy. The name of the book is James Watt.
James Watt.
I've never heard
W-A-T-T. He was the inventor of the steam engine.
Oh, I've heard of James Watt. Yeah, but I didn't know that Andrew Carnegie wrote a book about it.
Andrew Carnegie wrote a biography about James Watt.
Oh, okay.
And it's very good.
Did not know that. Didn't Andrew Carnegie write the book How to Make Friends and Influence People?
Was that Andrew Carnegie or was that somebody else Carnegie?
How to win friends and influence people. How to make friends and influence people. Andrew Carnegie. Yeah, that's correct. I am correct. I am absolutely positive.
You might be right.
I have perfect memory recollection due to my access to the internet. But I've read a better book.
He was Scottish-American industrialist.
I'm going to show you the book I read.
I think that's Dale Carnegie.
You are correct, Dale Carnegie.
Yeah, Dale Carnegie wrote How to Win Friends.
He must have been the illegitimate grandson of
Andrew Carnegie was an American steel industry magnate.
Well, let me tell you who Lenny Bruce was.
Andrew Carnegie he pretty much made some amazing deals.
This is a guy named Lenny Bruce who had more influence over the world than Andrew Carnegie or Dale Carnegie. How to Talk Dirty and Influence People, one of the greatest books ever written. I have a rare copy, one of the first printed paperbacks. And I must tell you, talking dirty will influence people a lot more than making friends and influencing people. I have reached out in just a short period of time, in just 8 years. I now am known by millions of people around the world by using, words that many people find disturbing. So I took his. I've never used the F word on my show. Well, that book smells like 1957. Wow. When you pull a book out of a plastic covering, the reason why I keep my books in plastic coverings is they smell like the age they came from. And if I opened up the plastic in my library, it would be like a rush of mustiness that would just take you down. It's almost like a ghost-like mustiness.
That looks good. When was this written, Mad Dog? You might need to give me the link one more time, eventually.
People are accusing me of being a robot. I find that absolutely ridiculous.
The thing about, I read the first chapter of How to Win Friends and Influence People, and it was just like, basically, listen more, talk less.
Yeah.
If I can sum it up and
make sure that everybody you talk to is your best friend, and that's how you can make friends.
And it's not. And the way, though, to make sure that they're your best friend is not to talk about, is just to listen. Yeah. Just listen.
Just be a listener. And that's how Dale Carnegie did it. He listened to people. You treat people the way you want to be treated. It's one of the most amazing talents anyone can develop, is to treat people the way you want to be treated. So Donald Trump treats people the way he wants to be treated. Like a dog. Well, not really. You and I we have a one-way relationship. I talk, you listen. But we do have a relationship. All of you do, to this show, because you're here and you're becoming aware. So these are possible books to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of Netflix movies that I have to see. I think I wrote it down on a couple of notes here. I keep seeing these notes that I wrote a year ago to watch a certain Netflix movie.
You know, it's like, it's so amazing when you meet a good friend. Well, I know, like my good friend, I know is a good friend. I haven't talked to her in a while. A couple weeks at least. Maybe longer. But when you have a good friend, you end up talking to them for like 3 hours and it feels like it's only been 30 minutes. I have some gnats.
What is it, a gnat flying over here? Yeah, you do have like a 3-hour conversation with some people and it's like, whoa, that's amazing.
Well, no, she's not married. She's looking for a good Christian man.
Oh, yes. They are so hard to come by.
She's older. Almost retired.
Many people have never found their love, and equally yoked
like
is equally
twice
hard.
our age, Mad Dog.
When you are not equally yoked with your lover, things are not quite as yoky. Your whole relationships become a yoke. Wow. Wild stuff. Something that started with the word stranger.
Oh, yeah. Stranger Things. We've already seen it.
Oh, we saw it already? Okay. I'm glad. I'm glad we saw it. That one we saw recently was very apocalyptic. It's called Knowing.
You see it?
No, I don't. It's called Knowing. It's a 2009 movie. And it's, yeah, I see it. It's floating around here somewhere.
Yeah, I do saw it.
I don't do Viagra, no.
Sorry. I just can't get it. It's too small.
No, I do not have a criminal or traffic. Well, I have a traffic history of one U-turn in Hollywood. Now, you can make legal U-turns in Los Angeles. But for some reason in Hollywood, they say you're not allowed to make U-turns in the middle of an intersection. So I got a ticket then. 1985, I think. You enjoyed Stranger Things? Cool. Nicolas Cage is in the movie Knowing.
No.
And it's a very powerful movie about the apocalypse, the end of the world. But it's more of a like, yeah, you'd have to see it.
All right, now I got it. Thank you, Mad Dog.
You see, in the year 2525,
when man is, if man is still alive.
If man is still alive. It's David, not Dale.
We were saying Dale Carnegie was the person that wrote a book. This is David.
Hairline is right up here. See it? That is hairline. Right there. Yeah. Wish you had a haircut like I have, right? Thank you, Sarah.
Good night, everyone. Yay!
Yay! She's leaving! Yay! No, you did great. No, people like this literary part. They really do. It's nice.
Well, I like to educate, always.
Absolutely. It mixes things up, you know?
Yeah.
As it should. Good night, Sarah. No. I have no traffic history for DUI. None whatsoever. Cage is also in Left Behind? 2016? I did not know that. Isn't that a... yeah, isn't that like a Christian show? Oh, Nicolas Cage is a Catholic. His family is yeah. He's Italian, I believe. He is the grandson of Francis Ford Coppola. Nicolas Cage is. You know how I know that? I went to a party at the Coppola threw. I never met him, though. I met this really weird woman at this Coppola party. I was 23 and she was 35. And it was the strangest experience I think I've ever had with a woman. You know, just casually. It was like an instantaneous mind trip. Have you ever been to a party where you had an instantaneous conversation, where you had a instantaneous mental issue? I think she had a mother issue. Anyway, she told me about how Nicolas Cage was the grandson of Francis Ford Coppola. I don't copy Trump at all. Trump copied me. Everything about Trump is a copy of me. I've been doing this a lot longer than he has. He copied me in 2012. He came in our room, and after that, he started imitating me, following certain ideas too. We have over 10 of our ideas. My ideas were stolen, so that Trump could win this recent election. So I'm kind of the raw version of what he is the rough version. He's the rough around the ears version. I'm the raw version, the authentic version, if you will. I've already reached 1 billion viewers, yes. I'm amazed. I can't believe it, but thank you for being an insider. Russia reportedly considered sending Snowden back to the U.S. Absolutely. I'm sure Russia's been listening to our broadcast. I'm convinced that Edward Snowden is, in fact, some sort of a disinformation artist. For one, I don't believe the NSA is that stupid that they would release information directly to a man who has no high school diploma. And my second order of logic tells me that we've got enough agents to the ground in Moscow that we would have taken this guy out. He would have been eliminated, especially if he was releasing, really important, dangerous information. I have a feeling Edward Snowden was just put into play to feed information not only to Russia, but to the world at large. You see, 2 years before Snowden released his information, Thomas Drake, an NSA whistleblower, went out of his way to reveal the secrets that Skype was compromised by the NSA, that they have the utility to actually trace you and track you and listen to your conversations, both audio and video and chat. So Thomas Drake did what Edward Snowden did way ahead of him, and that he hardly got any airplay, but they turned Edward Snowden into kind of an event so that the NSA would tell you that your personal private emails are being watched and looked at. It's kind of like Big Brother is just saying, hey, we're watching you, without telling you, we are watching you and you are under surveillance. But apparently the whole world now knows that the NSA has everything that they see on the internet under surveillance. I'm sure that's true with other agencies around other governments. That's what I think he was. Someone's looking at my David. Let's see what you got. Someone's watching you. Ooh. Yeah. So out of the radiation heap of Fukushima comes the eye. Ooh. The eye sees all, and they cannot miss anything, including you. Is the eye looking at you? Or is the eye just some twitching eyeball in the entire world? Or is this AI, the eye? AI, the eye. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. This is very Illuminati-esque, don't you think? Hi, Ed. Billy Idol, right on. Hey, you guys are going to hang out in our late show tonight. We got all kinds of fun stuff coming. We have videos galore brought to us by our link masters. Hi, everybody. How are you? Okay, we have a complaint from the music. It's too loud. It's too freaky. Okay, sorry we're getting echo. This is one of the musical genius pieces of Scissor Fight called AI. Amazing. We're very blessed to have him in our room providing us this free content. Pretty intense stuff, I must say. And if you're falling asleep, don't worry, we've got that taken care of. Thank you, Scissor Fight. We're all very worried about what's happening in Chicago right now. 12 shootings a day. Trump wants to send in National Guard. It's like they want Trump to start some sort of a martial law scenario. They knew that Obama couldn't do it. So they got a guy who's so pissed off, so many people with Trump, that they think that they're going to trigger something. Pence is 90% sure he'll be president, and he wants me as his vice. That sounds like a really noble thing for him to do. Thanks, Pence. If you give me that opportunity, I will make it worth your while. I'll give you everything I've got, man. The country's at stake right now. We cannot allow this type of tomfoolery going on with Trump, where he can't even understand the laws and the federal appellate court ruling that we can't allow these bans to continue pushing the envelope on a sensible immigration policy. Yeah. And Michelle was lunging while dancing on Ellen's show. You saw that video? Wow. Okay. Pretty good stuff, I must say. We're going to stop at that. Music is just too much for me to handle. Oh, you've got that an image of David Caruso, the legendary film and actor known for his amazing and fantastic CSI Miami and a couple movies he was in. He was in a movie about China, I believe it was called Jade. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Jade is one of the best movies I think he's been in, but yeah, pretty good film and TV actor, I must say. I have a lot of respect for his work. He seems to always get the guy. Well, it's a little busy, isn't it? More celebs and dumbed down public. Let's see what you got there. All right. I don't know what you were saying in that audio, but it sounded cool. It's called Senses.
Well, I honestly have no idea who these people are.
Okay, we'll get to that. Thank you. Not sure what that is, but could it be a trio? I don't know. Moron celebs and a dumbed down public is the name of this video. Damn, it is so freaky. You think I am David Caruso, don't you? I know the music is way louder than me, yeah. Let me lower it. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to drop out of the music and get back to the chat. Okay, Jade was known for the car chase being one of the longest of all time. Thank you, Yankee Doodle Dandy. He's a Yankee Doodle dandy. Yankee Doodle is his name. The legendary James Cagney. He's a Yankee Doodle dandy. You guys have missed out on the 1930s and 40s. Boy, you know, being born as in 1960, I got a chance to know my parents so well and understand their world and how they adapted to the war, World War II. And it's kind of a classic experience for me now to share, you know, their experiences to you. Being I wasn't in war, my father was, but that was the last war we won. Ironically, we don't need to win any more wars. Wow.
Just as Mr. Doodle did by riding on a pony. I love to listen to the Dixie strain. I long to see the girl I left behind me. That ain't a Josh. She's a Yankee, by gosh.
Wow. That's just a weird time, wasn't it? I mean, this was like the coolest thing for people to be doing, is doing these big, huge, incredible musical films. Yeah, videos. We won Grenada, Panama, and Kuwait. Whatever. Really? You call those wars? Those were occupations. Trump, Kellyanne Conway train wreck sinking the White House. BLM. Okay, we got new things happening with Kellyanne Conway and the mistakes she's been making publicly. The stories about her getting more and more intense every day. Yeah, Dave Atkins checking in. Good. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy. Yankee Doodle is my name. Dave, can we cover the Jesuits, the Roman Catholics, Vatican, and Knights of Malta? Yes, 209. Thank you. I believe that there is a Masonic, Vatican, Zionist connection. I call it the MVZ. And what they're doing, the MVZ, is essentially manipulating the world, the global currency, propaganda. They use every means possible to control the message. And one of the ways they're doing it is they're creating false flags. And these false flags that have been going on daily, weekly, without much real evidence that it's happening, is just their attempt to test the waters. And what they're going to try to do is push the false flag called martial law upon the American people. They're getting ready to do that. So once they create a false flag and you believe it, they keep upping the ante and adding another series of false flags. And they keep coming. So we believe that the Masonic Vatican Zionist connection will only be stopped by the Media Verification Alliance. What we are going to propose will be a plan for people, average Americans, to go around, and we'll pay you your per diem for your car, and we'll give you a package of like $80 a day for motels, and you'll be able to go to locations if you're a representative, and on your own time. This is good for retirees especially, and do some documentation. Video camera footage is ideal, and upload it to the internet, and all of you will be given a series of questions about events, and you'll give your assessment. And that way we'll get a real taste of really what makes sense and what doesn't. And if you don't see any evidence, you can't really say that something happened. So if there is a terrorist attack, you'll be allowed to go to the actual autopsy room and look at the bodies. So it's got to take a certain type of person who's able to do that. Also, you'll have to put all of your assets in a public trust in order to ensure that you will indeed be honest. And with Trump, nothing's in a public trust, and we don't know if he's honest. Here's a weird Illuminati TV commercial. Let's take a look. Never seen this. Fear not.
Your war-stricken, poverty-ridden planet. You are safe. Help is on.
Help is on the way. It sounds like John Kerry in 2004. Help is on the way! Help is on the way! Jeez. What a great deal. Well, I'm very glad I knew enough to comment, yeah. But the whole Masonic Zionist or Vatican Zionist connection is deep. It goes all the way back to the Knights of Malta, the Knights Templar. These people have been trying to rule the world for centuries. And they may have possessed a lot of the secrets then, but they don't have the mental acuity to understand the complexity of this problem today. Hi, Billy. What you got? Billy Bush, everybody. Thank you, Billy. He's the guy that exposed the Trumpster as a locker room chatter. Basically saying the worst possible things about women and calling it locker room talk. Soros funded a group that gave $50,000 to goons who provoked the Berkeley riot. Yeah, this is kind of old news. We've been tracking Soros and his paid rioters for the past, 3 years since Ferguson, St. Louis. Alliance for Global Justice, an organization funded by the Tides Foundation, a George Soros-backed charity, gave $50,000 to help fund a radical left group that used violence to shut down an event at the University of California, Berkeley featuring Milo Yiannopoulos. Well, it doesn't surprise me Soros is behind it, but, I heard the thugs that did that work sounded more like Breitbart people. And therein is the connection. You see, the left and the right are merged when it comes to Soros. Soros has already invested $160 million into Donald Trump's enterprises. He's friends with Donald Trump. It's not like he's against him. And Donald Trump isn't against George Soros. The elitists, the Illuminati, if you will, for lack of a better word, but the elitists of the world, they say there's like 13 families that rule the world. They basically have chumps like Soros do the bidding. And Soros has billions of dollars, but there are people in this world with trillions of dollars that make George Soros look like a pauper. So it's interesting how this whole thing's playing out. They use people like Soros to implement rioting attacks, triggering violence, creating another false flag, if you will. And when they get enough of this going, they can trigger what is called martial law. And if we all sit back and just accept it without a media verification alliance in force, we're going to end up having martial law stuck down our heads without any proof that we need martial law. That's basically where we're headed. And the reason why they keep doing these ridiculous false flags and laughing at us without any evidence whatsoever, like the Pulse nightclub shooting, is because they're testing the waters. They're seeing how dumb the American people are and how unavailable we are to really make a decision. They put crisis actors in very vulnerable places and force them to do things. Now, this woman, Christine Leinonen, that I'm going to show you right now, she's spoken out about at the DNC. She actually spoke to a large crowd of people about her son being dead at the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida.
It takes about 5 minutes for a church bell to ring 49 times. I know this because last month, my son Christopher, his boyfriend Juan, and 47 others were murdered at a club in Orlando. Christopher was my only child.
Okay. Well, was Christopher also with you the few years before when you made this video?
Hi, I'd like to be on Wheel of Fortune. I think I'd be a great contestant because I'm a lot of fun and other people would enjoy watching me win or solve or try to solve all the puzzles. I live in Central Florida. I have 2 kittens called Mickey and Minnie, but they're cats. This is the 3rd time I tried to get on Wheel of Fortune. Once I was in Detroit with my son.
All right, so what happens is this, it's easy to stand here and go, this woman clearly is lying about her son, and she was just put out to do that. But what happens is when they become crisis actors, they sign a document that requires them to abide by the rules of the document. The document says something of the sort that they could go to Leavenworth if they tell anything about the event that is according to, they're only allowed to speak about what things they're told to say happen. Anyway, I'm not blaming this woman for doing this and deceiving the entire country about the Pulse nightclub shooting, which probably never happened. I'm concerned about the fact that we're being lied to, and people are muscling women like this who are desperate, exploited, literally exploited, women who are just looking for some notoriety. And they do this with everybody. Almost everybody in the crisis actor realm is exploited. So I've never seen one of those documents, but I know that there are confidentiality agreements. There are non-disclosure agreements that are punishable by imprisonment. Leavenworth is probably the one big scary thing that they read. Oh, Leavenworth. So that's why you're seeing a lot of these people, obviously profit from the crisis acting, but yeah, hey Billy, how you doing? Then Dave is actually the singer named Sting. Wow. Okay, now you're targeting Black Lives Matter activist who's been targeted with child sex abuse. That's right. A Portland activist accused of sex abuse is arrested on new allegations. Yeah, he's arrested on Tuesday on suspicion of separate sexual contact with an underage girl. Mika Rhodes, 23, is being held at the Washington County Jail on an accusation of second-degree sex abuse in connection with the girl. All right, so weird things happening. Rhodes is a registered sex offender, is accused of having sex with a 17-year-old boy several times. Okay. All right, so he's an activist, big deal. Doesn't implicate Black Lives Matter. No way, no. You guys are trying to peg a group that's simply trying to get black people to be treated properly. I mean, don't you see what you're trying to do? You're trying to accuse just people protesting on simple human rights levels of being internal terrorists. You're trying to create the groundwork for anybody to be called a terrorist who happens to support their own rights. You're literally undermining the very basis of our nation, why we formed our great nation. The notion that we are all individuals and have the right to speak out. You literally are trying to pin the tail on the donkey without having, any realization of what you're doing. You're being played, Billy. You're being played. Racial separation, divide, all of this is being artificially created. Maybe you're part of the propaganda machine. Who knows? Don't fall into the trap. No, seriously. You may hate Black Lives Matter, but honestly, they've never done anything bad. There's no terrorist acts on their record. Let me tell you what happened during the 1969 when the Black Panthers were arrested for possessing weapons. Oh yeah, they were all rounded up and they were all arrested, and the big thing, Black Panthers were a violent group. They were a group of people that were actually trying to help their community and bring fatherhood back to the black culture in the cities of America. I'm not defending the Black Panthers. I'm just saying that's what they were. And when their guns were taken away, every one of them had gun registration on them. They sued back, and the police that arrested them were all in the wrong. They actually won a court case. The Black Panthers did. You didn't hear about that in the news, but they actually got to get their guns restored, and they got, I think, payment for their time. Yeah. So don't believe the propaganda that's being thrust at you. A lot of you extreme right-wing, right-alt guys who are, white and feel betrayed by the blacks, you're actually being played. The elitists will make a division between blacks and whites and Hispanics and Asians in order to keep this country separated. Divide, they conquer. United, we stand. So the more you create the race card and divide, like Obama did and like Trump has done, the more we are divided as a nation, the more we can't proceed forward. There's no way we're going to round anybody up and take them and send them into refugee camps unless Trump really is psychotic and thinks he's going to be able to pull this off. Yeah, show Rex a little more respect. He's actually been out there protesting. He knows what it's like. What have you done? Sat in your mom's basement smoking crack you bought for the $20 bill you stole out of her purse this morning? Yeah, give Rex a little more respect. Thank you. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dan.
Anything about a Yankee, that's all for me.
Little Johnny Jones, the jockey from the USA.
We'll ride the pony, Yankee Doodle, English Derby Day.
We'll ride the pony, Yankee Doodle, English Derby Day. I mean, who comes up with these lyrics? Well, I'll tell you something, man. Y'all gonna get y'all carjacked with your Trump stickers on your bumper. That's what's gonna go down. What does Trump have in mind next week regarding immigration? Nothing. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing, man. I'm telling you, he's completely lost. He thinks he's gonna sue the courts, who just ruled in federal appellate court that he was wrong in detaining 100,000 refugees. Again, no plan, shooting from the hip. Trump is proving to be his cowboy-style Twitter politics is becoming almost laughable. Well, it is laughable around the world. The world's looking in going, how come you're so stupid to have picked this guy? Well, his plans are not complying with law. Look, we have a simple plan, and I'm not going to talk about it more than I've already talked about it because obviously he doesn't get it. Giving everybody at the border a trial is all we really need to do to comply with the 14th Amendment and the 2000 ruling by the Supreme Court in interpreting how we proceed with immigrants. We just have to provide a trial at the border. And Sarah came up with the idea of making border security. Some of the ones could be trained in judicial matters, and we could have border security turn into federal judges. And we could have that trial right at the border. And if anyone comes to the border with a legitimate political reason to gain access to the U.S., we divert them back to their home country, and we send them to the U.S. Embassy there. If anybody comes here with a criminal record or seeking economic sanctuary, we would probably turn them away and say that you can't qualify to be a U.S. citizen. Either way, we're turning them away. Korea is waiting for him to make mistakes. Well, they've already seen enough mistakes. Trump blew it with China, which is the most important country next to Russia to deal with, and he completely blew it when he started discussing off the cuff that they were gonna meet with Taiwan ahead of China, violating the One China agreement that's been long-standing for over 45 years. The One China agreement gives China diplomatic control over Taiwan. If you win 2020, what do you expect to inherit from Trump? A nightmare, Patty. Bear in mind, I've been trying to migrate to the White House since 2008. None of these problems would have been spooling out of control had I been in the White House in 2008. I've literally had to wait around just to be seen in my own country. No one's given me an interview. No one's presented any videotape. I get no free press in my own country. So I'm literally wasting years just trying to break into the press, which should have opened up the press in 2008 to me. I wouldn't have even had to do the blackface video. I would never have even done it. Had I been given press on the third party we were creating, which I expected, but I got nothing. And I sent press releases to all the main networks. They just ignored me. So because we don't have a free and open society and the free press is dead, we're now in Trump land. Welcome to the snake, the multi-tendrilled snake that's devouring our country. A man who stole my ideas to become president. That's how desperate he was to invigorate his bank account. Okay, Mark, you're pretty serious about getting to criminals. You know, export them. Have you ever seen the movie Papillon, Mark? Papillon is about a movie with Dustin Hoffman and Steve McQueen. Great movie where they actually open up. Thank you. Welcome, Latvia. Papillon, they open up a prison on an island. We could do that. We could actually create prisons very affordably on islands, like the Channel Islands off the coast of California where sharks circle. Whatever it is, it's a multi-tendril octopussy named Trump with this massive ego that's turned into a tumor and a styled haircut. There you go. Everyone likes that Papillon movie, yeah. Yeah, but Trump land is very similar to Obama land. I'm trying to remind all of you Trump supporters that he is basically another puppet of the New World Order. When he invited Kissinger into his loop, and then Kissinger, his key woman that works at the Kissinger Institute is K.T. McFarlane. Trump immediately assigned K.T. McFarlane to duties at the White House. Kissinger has eyes and ears on the ground in the White House. He's controlling whatever Trump is doing through her. And she's a very powerful woman who's not to be taken lightly. She holds a lot of clout. So Kissinger never left. He's still here after Richard Nixon had him as Secretary of State. This looks good. It's going to be Illuminati, human trafficking, and sacrifice exposed. Now, this story of Pizzagate has been getting a huge amount of traction on the internet for a good reason. There is something not right about the pizza place called Comet Pizza and all the other stores around it. It looks like the hornet's nest of pedophilia in Washington, D.C., and if the government doesn't investigate this soon, they're going to look really complicit in protecting this network of pedophiles, which does not bode well for the FBI or for any of our agencies of the Justice Department, especially in human rights and human trafficking divisions. It turns out that one of the guys that owns a restaurant 2 doors down from Comet Pizza is a deputy director at the Justice Department involved in human trafficking. The weirdest thing is it's a pizza place called Besta Pizza, which in Italian means beast pizza. If there wasn't a tunnel underneath these places that it's all connected to some weird kill room, I wouldn't be, I don't know who's involved in what, but I can tell you the story is just intense. And if you're worried about this, you should be. Trump isn't worried about it. That's why I'm worried about Trump and aiding and abetting these people. Hey, look, I got to tell you, man, Trump doesn't have anything compared to me. He owes people. I don't owe anybody anything. He owes people. Oh yeah, you measure. In some ways, you're measuring wealth on how much credit a person has.
This guy
It's a huge mistake to actually believe that credit line is synonymous with wealth. Trump has a credit line, but he doesn't have the wealth that he says he has. In fact, he doesn't have $10 billion. He has, look it up, a net worth, they say, of $3.7 billion if he liquidates everything. If he can liquidate it. Well, I hope Jeff Sessions does something about Pizzagate, but I don't think he has. I am tired. I've been working all day. I've driven 200 miles. It's been a long, long day. Well, Billy, Obama didn't have a mind of his own. He's simply a puppet. He did whatever he was told. I'm working my way up from the ground up, building a huge following online, and I don't think anybody in the world has ever done what I've done. It's impossible to do what I've done. Most people would assume that you'd instantaneously get press coverage if you speak out. Not in America, the land of censorship. So yeah, what I'm doing is beating them at their own game, and when I finalize this effort and finally get some mainstream media in my own country to listen to me, then we'll begin the process of reparation. We're not going to repair the situation until I get a voice in this country. This is unbelievable. A Greyhound passenger who beheaded and cannibalized a passenger is granted freedom. Now, Manitoba, remember when this guy did this? He cannibalized, he beheaded a passenger, cannibalized. It was a huge story that broke a few years ago. This man, Vince, age 40, is led to the Manitoba Provincial Court in Portage La Prairie, Manitoba, on August 1st, 2008, accused of beheading a fellow passenger on a Greyhound bus in Manitoba, has been charged with second-degree murder. A Canadian man who was found not criminally responsible for beheading and cannibalizing a fellow passenger on a Greyhound bus has been granted his freedom. Okay, he was found not criminally responsible. Diagnosed as a schizophrenic, he killed Tim McLean, a young carnival worker who was a complete stranger to Baker in 2008. A year later, he was found not criminally responsible due to mental illness. This is insane. I mean, the whole idea that a person could be granted freedom. There he is. Oh, no, there's the family of the victim wearing T-shirts. Remember him, enter the law courts in Winnipeg. Everybody's against his freedom. She declined to comment in a post on Facebook saying, I have no words for this. Initially, he was kept in a secure wing of a psychiatric hospital, was given more freedom every year, and he's been living on his own in Winnipeg apartment since November, but was still subject to monitoring to ensure he took his medication. Oh, I'm sorry. This is insane. Oh, that's unbelievable. Can you believe that? And NBC mainstream media admits MK Ultra. This is a news story. Thank you. Wow.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dietl and Daniels Show. This is a story 23 years in the making. On our first show, we told you about a missing Iowa boy, Johnny Gosch. He was kidnapped back in 1982. His mother, Noreen, was here to tell her side of the story.
You are obsessed with this story, I know. Today we have the man who may know what happened to little Johnny.
Well, sometimes they may actually admit the truth on the internet or on the news. Interesting. Okay. It's getting crazy already. Well, Frankenstein, I guess you have to be insane to eat human flesh, but seriously? Releasing the guy? You got to be kidding me. So I'm not going to sit back and let this megalomaniacal person who willy-nilly takes whatever ideas I put out there and uses them as his own to sit there and take over our country. We've got a huge gathering of people talking about America's third party around the world. And we don't need the money to take on the two-party system and the censorship. We're actually transcending it. And using word of mouth, talking about a third party and how important this concept is. Accessing our site, americasthirdparty.com, will get you a better video signal, which is good. You'll actually be able to help promote us without even spending a penny. It's kind of a nice thing. It's nice to know people do care around the world, and that you have friends in America too you can talk to. So we're slowly getting back into the loop here in America, but it's taking 8 years for me to be noticed, which will be interesting to see my first interview. Look, I don't think defense of mental illness is enough to let a person out. Like John Hinckley Jr., he's out now, living with his mom in a nursing home. He shot Ronald Reagan. He could have killed Ronald Reagan. They went through hell, Ronald and Nancy. Nancy, could you get me some more Valium? And bring back that Vicodin thing. It helps with my pain. You know, the fact that I have a huge following is really pissing off some people. I can see their anger is bubbling in their veins right now. Dave, do you ever get recognized on the street when you go out? Well, not really. I mean, I kind of have an incognito appearance. No, most people don't see me as I wear props like this modern props hat. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? Yes, I'd like 2 of those bubblegum packets, please. Thank you. Yeah, nobody can see me. I mean, you can. I look like Mike Rowe. You know, it's like, oh, there's Mike Rowe. You look like a robot like that. Thank you so much. Dave, can you explain to us why you feel you deserve such extensive mainstream exposure and why you believe censorship must be responsible for what could very well be general obscurity on its own? Honestly, people like me. And I've got a tremendous message, and it's transcending your brain-dead mentality. So even you can't comprehend what I'm doing. I'm thinking on a transcendent level, and people know that. They know that I'm reaching out beyond the tendrils of the evil mainstream media and the monetary system, which seems to dominate politics today. I have cut through the ice, man. I made it all the way to the center core of the burning mantle. Now we need to fix the problem. Now we need to start fixing the Fukushima crisis. We need to deal with the unbelievable, unparalleled chemtrail activity, which keeps flying in our faces every day. The number of viewers here is a complete falsehood. Don't even believe it. Just cost you a ban. You can't believe it. You found an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere. Wow, cool. So yeah, you wouldn't recognize me if I was wearing this.
So basically, we were out in the middle of nowhere. We've been exploring all day and hadn't found anything. We almost passed this building up because we've seen a few of these already and they've always been empty inside. We never imagined what we would find inside this building.
Here it is, check it out. Here's the other place, and we're not really sure. It looks like an old abandoned building. Let's go see what's inside. Oh, that's not opening. All right, let's turn some light on. Let's see. Okay.
Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Oh, hey, oh, hey, ho, 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 hey. I know. I'm beating Gamer Girl tonight. It's amazing. Mark is giving me a little extra time because he bought a new car. What has he bought? 4 cars now on the money he gets from Trump to censor me? I bet so. Yeah, there's got to be a reason. We have a reason to play more videos too that are more fun. Look, I haven't sold out my entire life. I could have sold out when I was young. People put lines of Coke in front of me and they said, here, we need to stay up till 3:30 and do these voiceovers. Snort this. And I wouldn't. I said, I'm not snorting Coke. It's not something that I would ever succumb to. This is a sad thing. Hey, you know when the truth comes out on TV? One of those guys, the MI6 agent that grabbed all this information in the dossier and all this, he was on videotape talking prior to the whole thing about Trump's sex tapes. And he was cut off the air because he told the truth. Listen to this.
European collapse. I just want to move on to Europe here for a second. There are several terror events in Europe by Europeans recently. Now, each one of the bad guys was already known to security services. Good example being here in the UK. They had somebody who was on MI5's radar. He went off to join ISIS, and he became the jihadi John. So, your thoughts? Is this because we have too much data or too many people on the terror watch list? There's not enough real intelligence? What's going on here?
Well, Max, this may be too much for you guys, but let me give you the bottom line as I see it. Number one, there is no negotiating with banks. The hell with them. Throw them out of the country, go back to public banking. Okay? Period. Number two, most terrorists are false flag terrorists or are created by our own security services. Now, I have no direct access in England, but I will tell you that here in the United States, every single terrorist incident we have had has been a false flag or has been an informant pushed on by the FBI. In fact, we now have citizens taking out restraining orders against FBI informants that are trying to incite terrorism. We've become a lunatic asylum. As far as Jihadi John, the best guess that I can give you is that this is funded by Saudi Arabia, trained by CIA. This destruction of ancient artifacts and so on, that's a covert action influence operation. That's not something they would normally do. This is, in one word, largely theater.
We're sorry there are technical difficulties. Please stand by. This man obviously was speaking the truth. We're not allowing that on our show. Yeah, so the guy was speaking the truth and they just cut him off. Just like that. Yep. Shows you where the mainstream media is at. That's why the fake news issue is becoming obvious.
Okay, this is George. I don't normally do a selfie. I just don't think that's really what anybody really wants to see. They want to see the information. But since I'm on the road, I thought I would record a video. I'll make this kind of a proof of life thing. Nancy DeVos or Betsy DeVos got run over by somebody at a school today, and they were...
Well, I think George is going public with his view. George Webb doing a daily thing. Now he's on day 110, talking about DynCorp harvest and the organ donation scams that are out there, human trafficking this guy delves into. We'll be featuring his work tonight as well. Well, let's be clear. High CPU usage apparently going on. We have a crash. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Let me just do this. It's getting late, isn't it? 9:39. Thanks for hanging in there. Okie dokie. Okay, we'll start this again. Yeah, I'm trying to, get everything going. Justin Trudeau is going to meet with Trump. Apparently they're going to have a little, circle jerk. What do the Illuminati talk about when they get together? I don't know. I'm not one of them, and I'm glad I'm not. I would never meet privately with any of these players. I'd want to meet publicly. I think that's one of the best assurances you'll have that we're not doing back deals at the White House. It's a big, huge problem for our country when people are making deals with oil industries like Trump is and like Obama did. All the while pretending to be Mr. Environmentalist. Obama's going to be remembered for the BP oil spill and how he didn't do a damn thing for 45 days. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Okay, I have to clear out some of the sites that Sarah didn't trim. That's probably why I had problems. Yeah. Okay. The Russian dossier on Trump is gaining credibility with law enforcement. Wow. All kinds of things happening. Gosh. See, when I have 60 browsers open, this is what's going on. Wow. Americans now evenly divided on impeaching Trump. That's interesting. So, yeah. All kinds of people want to impeach him now. Okay. Oh, yeah. She had way too many. We had like 60 browsers open. That's what happened. Oh, this is ridiculous. Yeah, you gotta close them down as they come in. TSA, woman's cane concealed sword at Myrtle Beach Airport. Traveling with a sword. Okay. Magnetic generator. Okay. Unreal. Oh. Wow. I'm amazed I made it this far in the show. Russian friendly fire killed 3 Turkish soldiers, and Putin apologized for it. Yeah. New radiation levels at Fukushima dwarf the highest peak at Chernobyl. Unbelievable. And the story about Jeff Sessions blocked a child trafficking bill as senator is kind of suspicious. And the whole thing of Elizabeth Warren bringing up the story about Jeff Sessions and Coretta King and how she didn't want Sessions to even be ratified as a federal judge. Interesting. Oh, and can't stop. Okay. Oh, yeah. And I found out that Betsy DeVos also donated nearly $900,000 to the senators that approved of her. So she bought her way into Congress as well. Not only bribed Trump, but she bought her way into Congress, accepting her as a Secretary of Education. Unparalleled problems and illegalities going on in the Trump administration. And here's a good one. Trump paused a call with Putin to make an aide explain a nuclear arms treaty. So he was in the middle of a call with Putin, and he had to stop it to find out about the New START treaty that Obama had put in place. And he just said flat out, I don't want that. I don't want it. We're not going to do that. Baker, the GOP elder, is pushing a carbon tax on Trump now. Trump is going to be talking about a carbon tax with old Baker. Remember Baker from George H.W. Bush's time as Secretary of State? 1,000 points of light. A new world order. U.S. military is going to rent space at the Trump Tower. Trump wins. Win-win for Trump. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Trump, White House no longer cybersecurity. Oh, that's good. Excuse me for going through this. It's just I have to trim these down. And Trump is, yeah, this, that, and the other thing. Okay, let's make it happen. I had to lighten the load. We had like a 65 browser pages open. Unparalleled. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Into the show. We started the show tonight with this discussion of Shinzo Abe and the handshake with Trump, which was very awkward. Yeah, and the man on fire, literally. Did you see this last night? This is absolutely bizarre. Let's watch this. He's just walking around on fire.
This guy's on fire.
Check this out. He's like walking around on fire. He must be on PCP or something. Look at this.
Skit. Hey, are you okay? Are you good?
Yeah, dude, I'm fine, man. That's cool. This is right out of the apocalypse.
Hey.
Yeah, hey man, you're on
Yeah.
fire. Hey dude, you might want to stomp that out, dude. Yeah. He's completely oblivious to being on fire.
Call 911.
He doesn't even care.
Oh my God.
All right, so this is what happens when you. He ended up, trying to pull his clothes off, and then his skin was falling off with it. This is what happens when you do too much PCP. Hey, TechWalla, David, I'm curious. What type of vitamins do you take regularly to stay young and active? Oh, and here's a nice quick Pizzagate video. Oh, okay. Well, one of the things I've been doing is I've been doing a lot of juice drinks with blueberries. I'm probably going to do another one soon. And those really help, Even milk-based with banana and blueberries. Blueberries are really good for you. I'm also taking a vegetable pretty seriously. I understand there's some very medicinal health effects of eating Brussels sprouts. And I love Brussels sprouts. So I've been eating Brussels sprouts in the evening, and Sarah and I have been eating almonds, baked almonds, just for protein. Along with, a broad-based diet. I guess it's the paleo diet where you can eat meat and fish and chicken. It's not obsessed on any one thing. Okay, this is an article. This actually saw this. The White House did admit that Podesta and the Pizzagate emails are real.
Several weeks of the election were focused on a discussion of emails that had been hacked and leaked by the Russians. These were emails from the DNC and John Podesta. These were emails from the DNC and John Podesta.
Yeah, he said that over and over again.
These were emails from the DNC and John Podesta.
Okay, we got the message. Thank you. Okay, here we are. Yeah, really, Breitbart was right, you know. And if only Breitbart had seen his ingenue, Steve Bannon, become a total suck-up to the neocons, the Karl Roves, the Kissingers. Oh my God, what did your neck throw up? Nothing. I'm not like a cat. I was just trying to straighten up my neck. I was kicked off of Twitch. They didn't realize the benefit of having a guy with multi-millions of viewers come in and chat in their chat room. Their loss, my gain. Stonehenge exposed. The hoax.
Hello, guys. Thanks.
Apparently, these are just rocks. Somebody, gathered together with a big chain, a crane, and put them out there and said, "Hey, yeah, dude, they did this in the Druids, man. It was like a Celtic mystery, No, these are real, but I'm wondering what the hoax is. That's going to be fun. Oh, yeah, that's in the lineup. No, I did not. I have 1 billion viewers tonight. Thank you very much. Yep, I didn't realize it until later, but now it's becoming more and more obvious. Amazon going to begin collecting sales taxes in Arkansas in March. Remember, you know how the government wants to, tax everything on the internet? They're working deals with Mr. Government shill, Jeff Bezos. He likes money. He likes money. Jeff Bezos, when he first made money on Amazon, he took $17 billion of the investor capital and put it away in a private bank account. That's Jeff Bezos. And yes, he is Jewish. Does that have anything to do with anybody? No, nothing. It just so happens that they're all Jewish. Oh, like money too. It's like that movie Idiocracy. I know. It's kind of bizarre what's happening in the world and how these people are continually falling in line with the New World Order. It's just like these rich people, they'll do anything for money. All of this was prophesized by Aldous Huxley back in 1958, 57, 58.
They will do it by bypassing the sort of rational side of man and appealing to his subconscious and his deeper emotions and his physiology even, and so making him actually love his slavery. I mean, I think this is the danger, that actually people may be in some ways happy under the new regime, but they will be happy in a situation where they oughtn't to be happy.
But let me ask you this. You're talking about a world that could take place within the confines of a totalitarian state. Let's become more immediate, more urgent about it. We believe, anyway, that we live in a democracy here in the United States. Do you believe that this brave new world that you talk about could, let's say in the next quarter century, the next century, could come here to our shores?
I think it could. I mean, that's why I feel it's so extremely important here and now to start thinking about these problems, not to let ourselves be taken by surprise by the new advances in technology. I mean, for example, in regard to the use of the drugs, we know there's enough evidence now for us to be able, on the basis of this evidence and using a certain amount of creative imagination, to foresee the kind of uses which could be made by people of bad will with these things, and to attempt to forestall this. And in the same way, I think with these other methods of propaganda, we can foresee and we can do a good deal to forestall. I mean, after all, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance.
You write in Enemies of Freedom, you write specifically about the United States. You say this, writing about American political campaigns. You say, all that is needed is money and a candidate who can be coached to look sincere. Political principles and plans for specific action have come to lose most of their importance. The personality of the candidate, the way he is projected by the advertising experts, are the things that really matter.
Well, this is During the last campaign, there was a great deal of this kind of statement by the advertising managers of the campaign parties, this idea that the candidates had to be merchandised as though they wear soap or toothpaste, and that you had to depend entirely on the personality. I mean, the personality is important, but there are certainly people with an extremely amiable personality, particularly on TV, who might not necessarily be very good in positions of political trust.
Oh boy, did he say a mouthful there. Kind of like Donald Trump. You know, you might have believed that he could do anything, you know, because his mouth continued to dominate the Republican Party. But I might want to remind you, UHF2 is showing millions of people now watching us on UHF2. Thank you so much for broadcasting us. But yeah, it turns out that Donald Trump seemed like an affable guy when it came to, you know, defeating everybody in the Republican Party with his
about a controversial arrest.
Bravado. His bravado was okay. This is even worse. Okay, we just got confirmation that this man who was standing there dancing was actually a UT professor. Oh yeah, let's take a look at this video again.
Hyde Park at 6 o'clock, we showed you this video. It's of an Austin police officer using a taser against a UT professor. And since then, we've learned police were called out to the scene after someone reported a suspicious person was yelling and making gestures at people passing by.
Tonight, KXAN crime reporter Leslie Rangel spoke to the woman who shot the video, as well as a former APD officer, to get some insight into what happened.
So the young man was standing just right around the pole.
Victoria Watson was working at Mother's Cafe in Hyde Park Tuesday when she witnessed police tase a man after they say he resisted arrest.
From my perspective, the young man had behavioral issues. He had some sort of imbalance.
Cell phone video Watson shot of the incident shows 35-year-old Ned Dimitrov standing at a bus stop appearing to dance.
I dance sometimes in public too. Please don't arrest me.
But Jerry Stainton, a retired Austin police officer, says it may not be that simple.
As an officer, you're more cautious because people who are exhibiting behaviors that are not normal are capable of, you know, abnormal reactions.
Oh, of course, they want to stun gun anybody who has abnormal behavior.
Watson and other witnesses we spoke with wanted to know what led up to the tasing of a man who they thought was harmless and did not have a weapon. Stainton says the moment Dimitrov approaches the officer could be considered a red flag.
He's closing the distance very quickly, which is, of course, going to make the officer a little bit nervous.
Stainton says he can't speculate, but thinks this case was handled with good training.
Why does he stick his face down a toilet bowl and flush it a few times? I'd rather listen to Aldous Huxley. Wow, what a corrupt. Oh, I don't want to go there. We have 1,000 viewers from Uranus. Really? Do you have little tiny peepholes in your anus that were watching us? You know how many hidden cameras you could stick in your anus? You know how big hidden cameras can be? I don't. I haven't counted them. Dave's the new Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I guess so, dignitary. You know, might as well just go with it. People want to talk. They want to interact. They want a reality show. And this is it. They don't want a teleprompter scripted. Well, let's be clear. Could you advance the teleprompter? Michael and I mean, Michelle, if. That got a little boring after a while. Man, this is going to blow your mind. Pizzagate, organ harvesting, Jamaican informant speaks truth, must watch. This is pretty intense, man. Organ harvesting, Pizzagate, the child slavery. I mean, we're talking about 50,000 kids every year being missing in America and the government doing next to nothing to deal with this. That will be on our featured viewing list tonight at 10 o'clock. The UHF numbers are about ready to go to sleep at this point. Hey, I do a 5-hour show. I outlast my viewership. It's 2 p.m. in China right now. Welcome. It's a morning, beautiful day in China. One of the things that I'm really concerned about, I don't know what's more important when it comes to freedom than breathing clean air. Yeah, and we in America are not breathing clean air. They're not breathing clean air in China, especially in Beijing. The number of people who have to suffer from this is huge. So we need to do something much more aggressive to clean up the air. That's my goal, to certainly work with other countries to produce nothing in terms of international patents. We're talking about open source patents to create better solutions to cleaning the environment. We wouldn't profit from anything. We'd share the ideas with other countries. They might be able to produce them better than we can. Well, we get a 24/7 cast with all the links. It's true. But there's a tremendous amount of pollution in China. Here is just one day in China. This is a typical day of pollution in Beijing. It's just, it's practically like Los Angeles, where I grew up. There was a tremendous amount of pollution in Los Angeles during the 1960s due to the toxic level of lead in the gasoline. But this is another day in Beijing. This is what they put up with, and this is not healthy, folks. So anything we can do to mitigate the damaging effects of the air pollution by creating filtration systems, traps for pollutants, particulates. One thing that surprises me is the elitists who have all this money, instead of cleaning up the atmosphere, which is the smart thing to do, they're literally dumping chemicals in the air that we breathe at a rapid rate. If you're wondering what happens to all the industrial pollution, it's in the air. It's being dropped on our heads. Yeah, with planes, we don't even know what these are.
Where are the windows? And look at the wings. This plane is very strange, and is poisoning the humanity.
So they've got a lot of plans for us. Yeah. They're just dropping it on us regularly. Nope, I've never ever been to a mental hospital. In my life. I did visit one a long time ago when I was a kid. Yeah. My mother was a psychiatric nursing professional. She worked in the psychiatric nursing field. And she had a strange way of having weekend vacations. I know. You see constant chemtrails daily. Yeah, I know. They're dumping it on a lot. We're like being doused, man. I just bought 2 new air purifiers at Brookstone. I couldn't believe it. They were the best air purifiers I've ever seen. And they had a 2 for $1.50 off price, and I got another $75 off on it because it was an outlet store deal. But I just bought the 2 best air purifiers I can find, and I'm going to be running them 24/7 in the house. I'll get them hooked up soon. I have like 3 other air purifiers, in the house running full time, but I decided just to filter my own air. Yeah, there were no wheel wells on that plane. I know. It was weird. It's like they were pulverizing chemtrails as it went through the sky. It was very strange. Yes, my mother worked in the NASA space program as well. My mother was an amazing person. She worked in, probably 50 jobs. It's almost unbelievable, all the work she did. She started out working at Howard Johnson's as a soda girl, they called them. And she would, make soda drinks and floats in New York. And then she started working at the Radio City Music Hall as a switchboard operator under Nelson Rockefeller. That was part of her history. She went on from there to go on to... well, you're going to have to read my book. It's going to be filled with my mother, pictures of her. You know, you guys have never seen my parents, so it'll be kind of interesting when you see my book eventually. Yeah, I'll have lots of photographs because I've got amazing stuff. There's a picture of my mother being the only woman among 30 or about 30 nuclear scientists standing there with all these guys ogling her. It was amazing. She had quite a life, my mother did. No, my book is not going to be free, but it'll have an online sale price. But yeah, it's the second book. I wrote the first book, Hybrid Capitalism, which is online right now at America's Third Party for a 99-cent download. You can do it. Hey, we've reached the end of our show tonight. Tomorrow is our anti-war rally, so you guys can come in and...
Is that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler. Is that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler. So I do have a bit of a stake in the country.
As it were.
Extended from Vlad the Impaler.
Is that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler. So I do have a bit of a stake in the country.
As it were.
As it
I'm
were.
descended from Vlad the Impaler.
Okay, we are having breakdowns.
Vlad the Impaler. Is that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler.
I know that.
So I do have... Is that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler. Is that I'm descended from Vlad
I got
the
it.
Impaler.
All right, thank you. I am not rich, sir. I have abdicated my wealth and sworn to poverty. I live in abject poverty now, here in this modular home in Washington State. I chose to turn my back on this elitism, and I abdicated my wealth and chose to live a life of absolute abject poverty. Yeah, peace out, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow for our anti-war rally. It should be fun. Yeah, well, we are in the online revolution, so don't worry. You haven't missed anything. You know, we've got so much to talk about, so little time. But we can play a little video of just our theme song, which keeps us going every night.
Peter has come to the studio to
And
show
we'll say
us the
goodnight
very
at that.
latest
Thank you.
piece of electronic equipment, a computer that makes music. Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Hello.
Now, I've got a microphone here, and since my voice is about the only thing we've got around that makes a noise, let's try.
We can't stop.
And that's do. And we're ready to play it. So now if we type in P, comma, M, full stop, P, C, and that gives...
We can't stop.
You can also play it on...
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
Now what you can also do, see, is the fact that you can get that sound to be played by the computer, playing a tune that I've already got inside the computer waiting. Now all I need to do is call up the next page, and we're ready to play.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner, piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's reporting.
Bye.